All right. Hey, everyone. Thanks for being here today at Decisive Marketer Talks, right? I'm Henry Ho, and I'm an entrepreneur, digital marketer, and most importantly, a software enthusiast. And today, I have Michael Hill here. He's the founder of Frail.co. It's a SaaS-based roadmap, feature request, and bug reporting tool, right? And I personally am sort of using Frill right now. I actually got it for my upcoming SaaS that I'm working on right now. But today's talk is not about me. I'm so excited to have Michael here to share about his background, and we'll be giving away some prizes. And if you stay till the end, you may have a chance to win one, right? So let's bring on Michael in here. Right, so let's get started. All right, so we've got some people in the stream right now. So let's get going. Right. So Michael, tell us, about yourself, where you're from, how did you get into
Yeah,
entrepreneurship? All right. I heard that you were running an agency or something like that before you jammed into SaaS. And what did you see or experience that made you decided, to you know pivot into the SaaS business? And I recall that also, Frill is not your first SaaS rodeo. Could you share about your first SaaS and also the other SaaS that you're running as well?
yeah, sure. Well, firstly, thanks for having me today. Very
You're
excited.
welcome.
Um, I'm here in Sydney, Australia. I'm actually originally from England. Yeah, you're right. I've got an agency background. I ran a big advertising agency for about 12, 13 years before I sold it. And then once I left that agency, I decided to get into startups and started a couple of consumer businesses, but ended up in B2B SaaS and have a couple of different B2B SaaS businesses. Frill is one of them. And Frill was really born out of a need for our other SaaS. We didn't find anything that really had the craft and execution that we wanted. And so we built Frill just to get feature requests, to build out a roadmap, um, and and yeah, that's kind of how it started. It started just out of a sort of being unhappy with the solutions that were out there at the time. But yes, I'm actually an old. I don't know if you remember, but I'm one of the world's worst developers. I used to be many years ago. I got out of development because I was rubbish. I used to be a Flash developer. I used to love
Wow.
Flash. Poor Flash. That was a long time ago. Um, but yeah, that's how I once I'd done with advertising, I really love building things and working out how they work and taking a lot of care over certain functions and the UI and the UX, and that's what I get a real kick out of, and me and my partner as well. Love building beautiful things that are well made, and that's hopefully comes through in Frill, and everything we do is sort of something that we really focus on is craft of execution.
Right. But why did you decided to sell off your agency business and jump into SaaS?
When or why?
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 Yeah.
I think after 10 years, I realized that I was in love with the company, but not the work. And I still loved everybody that had, nearly 100 people working for me. I absolutely loved my company, but I fell out of love with advertising. Facebook and Google ruined creative advertising, and the work wasn't as exciting. Um, I'd already sold part of my business, and it had grown as a result of that. And so I felt like I was leaving it in good hands. Um, and it was just time for me to move on. I think sometimes you just know when it's just time, and you wake up one day and you just go, enough's enough. I need a new challenge.
Right.
Uh, and I felt like I was almost career squatting. I was still the CEO of the business for 2 or 3 years after I sold it, but I didn't really know what I wanted to do. And then I fell back in love with building things and making
Yeah.
things, and going back to the execution rather than making ads and campaign-driven stuff that lives and dies within three months, right? A lot of the
Yeah.
stuff
Yeah.
that I spent
It's
10 years.
always is a little bit about, catching, always trying to catch up with
Yeah.
what's the latest
Later
advertising,
on,
or
or
Google,
yeah,
Facebook changes, right? Yeah.
yeah. And we just found I think a lot of people in advertising were getting disgruntled with it as well. It was just sort of it felt like everything we were creating for 3 months and then it would die. So there was no legacy. There was nothing that you were building and building upon. And that was one of the nice things about SaaS and any kind of online business. It felt like it was. I could still build things and create things, but I was more the client rather than the agency,
Yeah.
which was great. So yeah.
Yeah. But it must be hard to actually move away. Did any of your previous team actually join you in your new ventures?
No. Well, Tom and I have worked together before, and we kept on kind of flirting to work together again and create a company, and in the end, that's what happened. And Tom and I now work together pretty much exclusively in SaaS. We have a mission to create $10 million annual recurring revenue businesses by 2028, and we have a methodology and a way of doing it, and it does take a number of years to do that. We tend not to go after consumer stuff. And that's why we're sort of excited by B2B. It's a little bit easier to build for B2B. When you're in consumer stuff, the consumer SaaS or consumer tech, the price point, you have to get scale because the price point is so low.
Could you
If you're
just elaborate a little bit about maybe give some examples of what do you mean by consumer SaaS and B2B
consumer
SaaS?
tech would be something like Airbnb or uh, Netflix,
Oh, I
right?
see. Yeah.
Where the value you're getting from Netflix, right? I'm getting hundreds, thousands of hours of potential entertainment for
Yeah.
$15. That's crazy. It's
Yeah.
amazing. The price point is so low. It's impossible to break through in consumer tech without huge amounts of funding.
Yeah.
Whereas with B2B, you're more likely to be able to bootstrap B2B than you are consumer tech. And when you're in consumer tech, you're competing with something like a Netflix for that $15.
Yeah.
15 and trying to not competing from the point of view of you've got the same sort of tech, but you're competing for $15. And
Yeah.
it's hard to compete against something like a Netflix. Whereas in B2B, it's easier to part the money. The prices are higher. The people who are purchasing their money, and you're solving a very niche problem. You're never like a Netflix or an Airbnb because your total market size is much smaller, which means that it's harder to get funding. Which means that sometimes it's good for us because we never ever look for funding. We always bootstrap everything, and actually sometimes funding can make you weaker to a bootstrapped company because a bootstrapped company can come in and play a price game with you, and a
Yeah.
bootstrap has no runway, right? They can last forever, essentially. So that's why we sort of geared towards the B2B SaaS, and Frill was just a particular annoyance of ours, really. With some of the businesses, we just couldn't quite find something that fitted well with what we were doing. So in the end, we built one ourselves, and we did. I have to say, we did think it was going to take a lot less time. It's taken a good 9 months, nearly a year to build to where we are now. We are annoyingly pedantic about every single detail. We argue over every
Yeah.
pixel.
I can see that in the detail of your products.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's what comes with it. It's a good thing and a bad thing. It means that we care a hell of a lot about every single feature that we push out. Okay, but it means that we will not push out 10 features a week. We'll never do that. If that's what you're looking for with in a product that you're buying, you're probably better off finding something else. We take a lot of care on every feature. We take a lot of care choosing what feature to push out as well, to what feature to build. So it means that we work on big features that are super important, but we might not have thousands of tiny features, if that makes sense.
Yeah. But
So
how because being very particular about every single detail, right? I think that's a good thing, right? But how do you know when to stop and actually move forward?
it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. We know when to stop when everyone's finished arguing. And I think, in the words of Brian Clough, who was a great football soccer manager, he said, when we've got a disagreement, we all get into a room, we discuss it for 15 minutes, and then we decide I was right. No, we argue. We argue. Not. I'm not going to say argue. We discuss a lot, but we try and make sure that strong opinions lightly held. More often than not, everybody's feature and things are going to get built, but it's just a matter of priorities on when they're going to get built. For example, at the moment, we're trying to decide, what should we build? Should we build language mapping so that every single language is covered for, right? You can translate all of Frill into your own language. Or should we build dark mode? Right? And dark mode has votes, right? But ultimately, is it commercially imperative? But more people seem to want dark mode, whereas language mapping means that we can open up to, China, Spain, France, Uruguay, wherever. And so one of the things we do, and one of the things we talk about a lot, is what to build first. It's not whether to build it or not. It's more just about priorities.
Yeah. But for me and my business partner, right, how we kind of move forward and move very quickly is that when it comes to the particular venture that we are working on, we would say, okay, either I be the leader or he be the leader, right? So and then so either one of us would have the final say, right? So in the business that I run, I have the final say in terms of marketing, in terms of business development, whereas my partner has the final say in terms of like HR or finance and stuff like that, right? So that's how we kind of make decisions, right? And do you have a system like that?
We kind of do. So with Frill, there's 4 founders, right? And each of us have, there's a back end tech founder, front end tech founder, design founder, and I'm the only one who I kind of sit in the middle of everything. So everyone does have, if it's a design issue, I'll speak to the head of design. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
We are actually, one of the killer features that we are going to build in Frill is going to solve exactly this problem, right? One of the nice things about Frill is you can get 100, 200, 300 ideas from your customers. That doesn't mean that the one with the most votes is the one you should build. It doesn't mean that that just because dark mode has 200 votes, that's what you should build. And so we're actually building a feature that allows you and your teammates to decide based on effort and reward, and then vote internally about what feature to push into production. So that's actually something that one of the big points of difference within the next 6 months that you're going to
I
see.
think that's a very interesting idea. I mean, you can have public opinion, but then it also, I mean, you have to also consider your team's suggestions as well. Yeah, I think that's a very interesting idea.
Not just effort versus reward. Some features you just know you have to build, right? Like we've got SSO on all of our across all of our plans. That was absolutely imperative that we did it. It was boring as batshit to do. Right? It was terrible. Sometimes you just got to, after a project like that, you just got to build something fun,
Yeah.
right? You just got to switch it up and go, right, what do we want to build? What does everyone else want to build? What do we need to build to make us feel good? To keep spirits high and keep going. And so after SSO, we actually went and built. We're building reactions, a really nice, fun, playful way to get more interactions on every idea, and that's just something we all decided that we really wanted to do. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is we're trying to create Frill so that it's not just a consumer-led decision-making platform. It should be a tool that helps everybody
Contribute.
decide what goes into production.
Yeah.
Because customers might not take into account commercial viability. They might not take into account how hard something is to build.
Yes.
We might take, the one with the most votes might take us a year to build, but we're not going to go away for a year and not build everything else. And so it's a bit of a mix and match of what customers want and what we need.
Yeah, I think that's a very good consideration. So the name Frill, right? How did you came up with that, right? Is it like the opposite of no frills, right? Because that's so that it's fanciful and luxurious. Because if so, I think it's a great name, right? You've got a great name here.
Yeah, look, I wish I had a better story for you. I don't. I spotted it on GoDaddy. I was on GoDaddy, and I was like, God, that's a cool name. We've had the domain, I think, for like a year before we started Frill. There was no connection. It was just a short name. .co is always good. It's a top level domain. And I know it sounds really sad, but I really liked F. Like graphically, it's a really nice letter. And it's short, it's memorable. It rolls off the tongue quite nicely. So I wish I had a better. There's no. I'm going to make one up. I'll tell you what. Next time we speak, I'm going to make one up. I'm going to make up a story. I don't know what it is.
No problem, right? So, could you share with us where you think Frill stands out from your competitors, right? Since you're a much younger company, how do you think you can compete in this niche?
Okay, so key differentiator is UX and UI. I think everybody who we've spoken to, all our customers, says that it's the biggest difference currently that we've got. Single sign-on is another big difference. It doesn't seem like many of our competitors have that, and it's a key differentiator for SaaS businesses that don't want their customers to sign up.
Yeah.
It's frictionless, right? When you've got SSO built in, it's just a really, really nice way of operating. I think there are two other areas, a couple of areas that are not built yet. One is our new widget builder, which should be live within the next 3 weeks. That's going to be pretty cool. It'll allow you to pick and choose and create multiple widgets, whether it's a roadmap widget, an ideas widget, announcements widget, or mix and match and go, right, I want a roadmap and ideas widget, and I want it to be a modal, or I want it to be a popover or a tray, or I want it to launch from a launcher. It's going to be a pretty cool piece of tech. We're launching that in the next 3 to 4, I say 3 weeks, probably 4 weeks.
Okay.
That's going to be a huge differentiator because you're going to be able to pick and choose what part of Frill you want in your business. So if you've got a WordPress site and you just want to show off your roadmap, you can just create a roadmap widget.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting.
Yeah, and so you can actually sort of have all the different flavors of Frill in different parts of your website and totally take it apart. We've already had people. We've got our WordPress SSO plugin launching, I think, on the weekend, and we didn't even build that. One of our customers built that based off of the tools, the SSO and webhooks that we've given them. They built it within a week. That's pretty incredible. I'm really kind of pleased with how our customers are responding, and So another point of differentiation was it looks like we might be building an app store within Frill so that people can build apps into Frill, which would be pretty
Oh,
cool.
that's very nice. That's very interesting.
Big piece of work. Don't quote me on it. So we're just trying to map it out and work out what is the, is it really something we're going to go down? But I mean, it could be that you go into Frill and you buy. One of our customers has created a plugin using webhooks that allows you to export all of your data to a Google Sheets. Sounds simple, but what if he could sell that as a $5 plugin, as a $5 app within Frill? And then you activate a whole developer community to build tools, build a Shopify plugin, build a Webflow plugin, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So I think that's where that's something we're thinking about at the moment. We're looking at a cool little feature at the moment as well, which is idea battles. So sometimes when we as founders can't decide, or when you're
So you
building,
can have a voting kind of feature.
yeah, but let's say you've just got two features, right? You don't know which one you don't know which one to build next. So you can actually just send out. Both are important in our use case. Actually, two features that we've got: dark mode and language mapping. And so we're building out a little feature that will allow people. It'll be a battle between those two features, just those two features, and we'll just send out an email to see who wants what. So that'd be a cool little feature in the future. But there's already a couple of different points of differentiation. I think mostly look at the UI and the UX. If you're after a tool that has millions of features, don't go with us. If you're after a tool that has the core features that out of the box is ready to go, we've got businesses, we've got Content Studio, TextAU, Blogly, God, off the top of my head.
we had Longshot AI just yesterday, and they are using Frill as well.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
So these are well-established businesses that are using Frill already. So it's not like Frill doesn't have enough features at all.
Yeah. And I think Texel is also using Frill.
Who is, sorry? Yes, they are. Yeah. So yeah, we have the right features. It's not bloated. And give us a try on your mobile as well. See how fast it is, and that's super important. I think you'll see that when you use Frill, you will get more feedback than using our competitors. It's just easier to add ideas. It's frictionless. I just seen somebody ask, what if I would like a feedback only tool, no roadmap? Can we customize its modules? Yes, that's exactly what we're building right now. You'll be able to create a widget and turn off any of the features or turn on any. You can have all three parts, one part, two part, whatever you like. You'll be able to create a feedback widget, and that's it with no roadmap. So yes, in about 3 weeks' time, you will, and that will be available on every plan, free plan, paid plans, all the Appsumo tiers, everything.
Yeah. So you have your answer here, right, Stephen? Right, Stephen asked that, right? And could you share about your team, right? How many developers, customer support, or designers you have? How are they like? Do they, keep you motivated to want to create the vision of Frill that you want? Any fun activities or company culture Frill has that helps your team to bond, right? Because a lot of us, we are solo entrepreneurs, right? We want to know how is it like managing a team.
Okay, so you probably won't like my answer. More people, more problems is often the case, right? And a team of 4 people can do the same as a team of 10 people within reason. We like to try and keep things super, super small. All 4 of us are we're washed up ad execs. We've all worked together in the past. We don't mess around. We don't mess around building things that we don't think we'll need. We are straight to the point. We don't have a lot of time, so we don't. There's no time for dilly dallying. There's no time for too much cultural stuff. To be perfectly honest, we just get in and get things done. In terms of managing a team, we do have people that work on Frill, remote teams. But all four of us, my co-founder and I, Tom, my mate Thomas, we've only met each other twice.
You mean like in person?
In person, yeah. 2 20-minute meetings about something like that. And I sometimes think that's the best co-founder relationship you can possibly have, because you don't argue.
Yeah.
And so culturally, how we work as a four, I think over communication is key. I like to, much to Tom and the guys' annoyance, I call them and I call them and phone them. I try not to do too much stuff on Slack and on platforms like that. I call them and annoy the hell out of them. And just, even if I haven't got a huge amount to talk about, it's good to catch up every day without fail. Have a quick phone call.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
It's just good because you never know what else you'll talk about. You might talk for 10 minutes. There might not be any big things to get done, but you've had a 10-minute chat. And then you go, what about that? And then something happens. And especially with remote teams, I think it's very easy for communication to be really cold and things to get lost in Slack and whatever other tools you use. And so
Yeah.
pick up the phone.
Right. So, what are some challenges or big hurdles that your company is occupied with currently?
Probably the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge, I think, for us at the moment is slowing down. So I touched on this earlier. We don't want to rush things, right? We're not funded. We will never raise money. Which we love, right? We absolutely love that. It means we can work at our own pace. It means we can create the best product possible. We don't take any money out of Frill at the moment. Everything goes back into the business. We don't necessarily need the money in Frill, but it means that we can take our time. We have a really good cadence. I sometimes feel that we're going too fast. And I want everybody to slow down and make sure that everything we build is good and well thought through, and we do it in the right order. Whereas most startups are like feature. Let's get it out. And you can see that in our competition.
Yeah.
Not thought through. It's either not thought through or it's a cookie cutter copycat of the one before. There's no original thought there. So I think that slowing down is super important. And if you have no runway, and what I mean by that is if we've never raised money and you have no runway, the only thing that is going to stop us succeeding is if we get bored. We're not going to run out of money because we have no money. Everything goes back in. We're not paying ourselves, as it were. So that's our outtake on it. I'm not saying that's the way everybody should do it, but I think biggest challenge is slowing down and making sure we don't overstretch and don't burn out. Second biggest challenge, I think, is really with this strategy is we'll always be 6 months behind in terms of number of features, right? And so it's a challenge convincing people that that's the right strategy. And so sometimes, depending on the users, we have already, the market leader probably out there is Canny at the moment. We have lots of people switching over at the moment. Canny's an amazing tool. Been going for 3 or 4 years. But we have lots of people switching over because they 90% of what they need is already done in Frill. They don't need the other 100 different features.
Yeah.
But convincing people that is the case, I think that's a big challenge for us. I mean, you look at Appsumo, the current Appsumo deal and everything, convincing people that they should buy Frill and use Frill over Product Stash, which was on Appsumo, which is a great product. That was on Appsumo, I don't know, what, 3 months ago?
I think about 3 or 4 months ago.
3 or 4 months ago. So
Yeah.
how do you convince somebody to use Frill when they already bought something like Product Stash? And we're not trying to, but you can see people's brains whirring. It's like, why would I've already got a tool for that? Why would I switch? And look, at the end of the day, both will do the job that you need. It depends on whether you want, in our opinion, the best tool or the cheapest tool. And both will probably end up doing the job for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a different strategy. It's probably not one that you see much in startups. It's going slower, but
Yeah,
I think
because I think we are a little bit spoiled when we are buying lifetime deals all the time. Is that because some companies are very much generous when they are doing the lifetime deals, right? So but when you come to the MRR class customers or clients, is that they buy what is enough for them, right?
yeah,
They buy what is enough for them, but we buy more than what we need. So that's usually what happens, right? So
yeah, okay.
even though we wouldn't even need everything, right? But we still buy them, right? So I think that's the little bit of the difference in expectations when you
Well,
are running a lifetime deal.
one of the nice things, though, paradoxically about that, is that
Mm.
in the early stages, yes, the nice thing about giving over an unlimited deal, right? Not unlimited companies, but unlimited features. The really nice thing about that is you get a lot of people testing features that you have not tested on real customers,
Yes.
right? So it is kind of nice to give away those features free because they might not be right. You might not have got them right the first time around. In fact, I can almost guarantee you didn't get them right. And so, yes, we can get a bit spoiled on the customer side and everything, but from a founder side, it's nice to have somebody testing those features. And it's nice to have, if I had one wish with this deal, and it kind of speaks to what this group is about. I just don't want anyone buying it and not using it. If you're not going to use it, don't buy it. Right? I really, really, really want people to use
Thanks
this.
for saying this, right? Thanks for saying this because my group is all about using your lifetime deals, right? It's all about using your lifetime deals. Do I have? I mean, I do have some tools that I don't use, but I just recently take a look at my entire list of tools, and I see that I'm actually using about 80-90% of them. Right,
Yeah, right.
and that's what I want to tell everyone who's actually watching this right now is that don't get a tool if you're not going to use it, right? Try if once you get it, try and utilize it as soon as possible, right? Yes, right. Someone said use your LTDs, right? Thanks so much for saying that. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So yeah,
we sort of. I had someone contact me today on the help desk, and they sort of said, "Look, I bought the AppSumo Tier 3. I only need one company. I've got these 4 other companies." And they sort of said, "What should I do with them?" I said, "Oh, just make sure they get used." And he sort of said, "Look, well, can I resell them?" And I said, "Look, don't. You can resell them, but please resell them to somebody who's going to use them." And then he said, "Can you help me resell them?" I said, "No, I can't help you resell them."
Why doesn't he just,
Hey, look,
the
there's only so far I'll go on help desk, right? You got to you got to resell them yourself.
yeah,
But I said, just make sure you resell them to somebody who's going to use them. Right? That's the most important thing to us.
yeah, because your tier three deal is three companies, right? But the white labeling is only on the tier three, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess they are buying it for the white label feature, right?
Okay, so I've got a question for you. Why is
Yeah.
white labeling so important?
Um, I
Why do
guess if
why
we
do you think white labeling is so important? Because
personally, I don't really care about white labeling, right? Personally, I don't really care about white labeling. But what I have realized is from the community, right? Those who are actually running an agency, they are, because the problem is that when you use these tools on your clients and with your branding on it, people realize that the clients later on realize that, hey, why am I paying so much to you, right? You as the agency, when I could just, pay the company directly and have this within within my website, something like that. So that's
yeah,
why, white labeling is actually important for those that are
so
running
it's
an
more
agency.
about on selling to a client rather than hiding powered by or hiding, right? It's more about actually making a markup, and it's a financial kind of
Yes.
thing. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
in a way they are kind of like reselling your tool, but it's for a client that
yeah,
they serve, right? So
yeah.
that's why they are doing it.
Yeah, no, I understand that. It's really tricky with that sort of thing, because if a client really, the best white labeling solution in the world, if a client wants to find out what that tool is, they can find out what that tool is, right?
Yeah,
It's not hard. And so
yeah,
I always look at white labeling and I'm like, why does everyone? It's kind of it's quite a weird one. People will pay an absolute premium for it, um, and
yeah,
the reason why on our website we charge a premium for it is because our product is our marketing. Right? The more people see the product, the more customers we get. We've seen
yeah,
that hundreds of times, right? And so that's why we charge a lot for it, because as soon as you take away our branding, you take away our marketing.
yeah. And
Um, yeah,
but there are tons of people within the lifetime deal community itself. They will not buy a tool if there's no white labeling. So
yeah,
and they usually are the ones that run an agency.
yeah. Okay,
So
yeah,
yeah. So that's, I mean, that's something to consider when you're running a lifetime deal, I guess,
yeah.
on wherever you are running it on, right? So my next question is: did launching a lifetime deal on Appsumo help you to grow thrill?
Well, we've only got 1 week left on our lifetime deal, so it's probably too early to ask that question. Um, it's done a couple of really nice things. It's done so far. It's done a couple of really nice things. It's put me in. It's got given us a lot of feedback. Um, it's given us access to a lot of early stage businesses, like TextAU, like Content Villain, like Blogly, like Arcadal, and they've all launched on AppSumo and used our tool. And there's a growth curve. There's a curve of how many ideas you get in a business, and a lot of those ideas happen at that very early stage, right? When you're
Yes.
just about to launch on AppSumo, right? When
Yeah.
you've got 1,000 more things to build, but actually the problem is you don't know which order to build them in. That's where Frill can help you. A lot of the time, you know what you have to build, you just don't know what's important. So I think that's really where AppSumo has helped us. We kind of know what we need to build. You know, it's partly what customers want. It's partly what we know as founders, but it's also, I think now what AppSumo has allowed us to do is go, okay, right, guest authentication. That was it. We didn't realize how important that was.
Yeah.
Let's build that one before we build this other one. So I think building stuff in order. I think long term it will probably be great for our SEO. It's been nice to get a bit of a cash injection, but as I said, we didn't really focus on that. Um, I think come back and ask me in 2 weeks. How about that?
Yeah, but I'm sure that I guess they kind of help you to um have a better idea of where are certain gaps within
Yeah.
your tool is, and that's something that I really enjoy when it comes to lifetime deals. Is that every time I suggest something to the founder is like, hey, how come I didn't think of that? And they would always say that to me, right? So that's something that I really enjoy about
Yes.
this lifetime deals over here. So next question is, Frill seems to be getting a lot of love and heat from the LTD communities so far. As you mentioned, the product stash, right? One of your competitors. Previously, we had that on the Appsumo marketplace. Everyone said that, oh, this is a marketplace gem, and we had Upfeed, who recently didn't have some news about them so far. And there's also, I think, User Face, which is also currently on AppSumo Marketplace right
Yeah.
now. Right. Of course, Frill is looking for a long-term business, but in the lifetime deal journey right now that you're going through, they are, your competitors, right? So, and they offer a very generous term, right? So what would you say to these people, whoever is in the community, right? They are, how do you get them to consider looking at Frill instead? Because they give a very generous deal, while yours is a little bit more limited, right?
Yeah.
You've got three companies
Yeah.
for tier three, sorry, five, right? Five, and how would you tell people to look at Frill instead?
Do you want the best or do you want the cheapest? Simple as that, right? It really is as simple as that, and you can see, I think, a hope from the craft and effort that we put into Frill, the UX, how fast it is, how easy it is to use. If you're after the cheapest, don't bother with Frill. Don't. We're not going to be for everybody. We're not trying to be for everybody. If it is really about unlimited companies, don't. We're not for you. We never will be for you. As a mutual sort of benefit, I think the one thing about LTDs is you get mutual benefit, right? And somebody who needs something unlimited and cheaper and cheaper is not going to be a benefit to me as a founder. And so if there isn't a mutual benefit, the relationship falls down. There needs to be a symbiotic relationship, not a parasitic relationship. And I think this is super, super important. And if cheapest is what is really, really what you're after, you also got to consider, are they going to be around in a year's time? Right? Really, really, are they going to, look at team, look at the quality of the build. Is that company, which company is going to deliver MRR? Really, you want your company, whoever you back, to deliver MRR. You want them to be a massive success because it means your LTD is going to go up in value, and it's just going to be a company that builds and builds and builds and builds and builds. So ultimately, it comes down to, are you going to pick a 10-to-1 horse or a 3-to-1 horse? Right? And it's as simple as that. Really, I don't think I need to try and convince people on monetary value. I want to convince people because we're the best product. That's the most important thing for me.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, even if you get the tier three, right, five companies, right? How many of you actually have five different companies, right?
Yeah.
So unless you're really using you're selling uh these feedback tools for your clients, and you specifically have maybe SaaS based clients, or clients that would actually make use of this roadmap or feedback request tools. I don't think you really need more than five.
Yeah.
right? I don't really think that you need more than 5. And if you
And
want
the
quality,
features
I
are
think
unlimited on all
Frill
my
is, yeah,
plans. So it's not like there's on that tier 3. There isn't there's nothing left out. I mean, even the tier 2 is really the most popular. We're finding because people just go right. We just need that, And actually, a lot of people, especially SaaS businesses, are saying no. I don't want white labeling, right? I don't want it because if something goes wrong, I want to blame you. I want them to know we use a separate tool. I don't want to have to upkeep it. I don't want them to come to me if there's a problem.
yeah,
And so that tier 2 is actually becoming the most important plan for everybody.
yeah. I think that's a very good idea, that that you have your branding in there, right? Just use tier 2, have Frill's branding in there, so that if anything goes wrong, right, they would come to you, right?
Yeah,
Blame Frill.
exactly.
That's a good idea.
You look at, for example, Intercom. Right? Intercom, what was it? Big. It's a unicorn now. They had powered by Intercom on their paid plans forever. I think they've taken it off now, right? But that was part of their big growth model, and nobody batted an eyelid. They almost wore it as people would have it as a badge of honor that it was powered by Intercom. If your product's good enough, that kind of
Yeah,
powered by, I think, is almost can
yeah,
become. We use Frill. We don't use anything else. We use Frill.
yeah,
Proud of
yeah.
that.
It's
That's
a
really important, I think. And that's
premium branding, right?
premium branding.
It tells your clients, your customers, that we use the best tools, right? Because
Yeah.
we can afford it, because we are making money. We are a
Yeah.
sustainable company, right? I think that's another very good way of making use of branding, right? Your branding on your product itself, right?
Exactly.
So so this is going to be a little bit the tough question, but although based on your experience, based on your years in your career, we understand that every startup founder would love to have a glorious exit. Although I don't think that is the case with Frill, because you and your partner's goal is to build a company that is able to do a 10 million annual recurring revenue per year. So that's definitely, until you get there, I doubt that you guys are going to exit anytime. And you are bootstrap company. You don't take equity investment at all. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if you do take debt funding at all, but equity wise, you're not doing anything like that. And but some of these startup founders, they have uh you know exited and left some of the lifetime owners stranded and abandoned, such as PieSync, Headline. These were some of the darlings in the lifetime deal community previously. While some startups fail and not able to maintain their services, those who succeed seem to abandon their early
Yeah.
supporters as well. So what would your perspective, what's your perspective on this? And would you be putting any conditions down, right? If, let's say, Frill, if you decide to exit and maybe move on to a different path of your life, what happens to lifetime license owners? Are we protected, right? And
Yeah.
if so, what would they be?
Okay. Let me backtrack a little bit, because firstly, what we're trying to do is to create $1 million businesses, not one $10 million business. Our strategy is to essentially never sell. Our strategy is more of a buy to let strategy rather than a buy to refurb and ship on. Right. So our strategy is actually to get our money will be taken out through profits in the company, not through exits. Okay, so it's a very different strategy. We don't even see it as a startup strategy. It's more a bricks and mortar kind of
Yeah.
strategy. So Um, I never say never, right? In terms of exit, but our strategy is to never sell. Right? That's the it's as simple as that. So the deal is the deal, and that's what we've signed up with you guys, with all LTD customers. Let's assume it did sell though, for whatever reason. You never know what's going to happen. I've never understood why, especially with a business like Frill, why people would stop lifetime deals. I just don't understand it. It costs us nothing, right? It costs us nothing. What I could see happening is if they lock down, so that you lock the account down so you can't sell it. Okay, so that is a cost to a company. If for example, you sold a company, on-sold a company, the onboarding costs and extra customer care cost is a soft but very significant cost. Every time it changes hands, you've got to onboard somebody, and et
Yeah.
cetera, et cetera. So I can
But
see.
it could be possible that maybe the acquirer just wants your infrastructure, right? They just want to absorb
Yeah,
you into whatever they're doing, and it could
yeah,
just make
yeah,
Frill not viable in their plans anymore, right? The new
yeah.
company's plans anymore.
Look, I think we'd probably. I think we'd probably write something into the sale contract to protect the lifetime deals that we've done here in the last 3 weeks. So, in answer to your question, yes, we could write something into the contract to protect people.
Yep.
Oh, it's not going to be within probably the next 10 years. So, my guess is that if what I hear is true, I doubt people are going to be using us for more than 10 years. 10 years is a lifetime deal. Nobody, I don't know anyone who's been using software for 10 years. What else? Would people buy us for it? I would suggest if someone was buying us, they'd probably buy us and close us down, right? And so, can I protect
Yeah.
that? No, I can't. Right? If they're buying us for the team or buying us for the tech, I can't protect that. That's a totally
Yes.
separate thing that I couldn't protect. What are the chances? I think that's part of the risk equation that everybody takes on when they buy a lifetime deal is the potential of that happening. And that would probably be out of my control, right? If someone was buying it to close us down,
Yes.
they'd have to pay a lot of money, I have to say. But yeah, no, it's sort of I can't see that happening at the moment. I have heard of stories of that happening. I find it very strange, especially with businesses like us where customers cost nothing.
Yeah.
How much server space do you take with your
Because
account?
I feel that
Mega.
in today's world, right, people they want to get rich quick, you know.
Yeah.
So when an opportunity like that comes, I would say a lot of young founders would just grab the opportunity, right? If you ask, because you are a very long term thinker, right? You're a long term thinker, just like myself as well. Um, it would it someone would really have to pay a lot of money just to buy over my business as well, because I am getting very stable income, right? I'm getting very good stable income. I'm very happy with it. I don't have to, if I were to sell off my company right now, I would then have to go and build something up again because I wouldn't have any more income that's coming in, right? So I think people want to exit, get a big amount of cash, and just you know maybe enjoy it. They want that satisfaction, right? So and
It's like I
it's
said
like,
earlier, slowly building it up.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
and yeah, I think that you have that long term mindset, and I think a lot of people who buy into Frill lifetime deals, or who are going to buy into lifetime Frill's lifetime deal right now, I think a lot of you are in safe hands, right? Because of how Michael runs his business, right? It's a very, I would say, a very old school businessman, right? In a more what do you call that, new age business.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, getting
that's
that
exactly
that
what I
that old school thinking into the new kind of business in here. Yeah. So, do you have anything else that you want to share with our community? Otherwise, maybe we can see if there's any other questions, and then we could probably wrap this up.
Yeah, no, I think look, if I was asking anything of anybody is just give it a try. Don't, Frill has a free plan. Go and give it a try. Go and sign up. Have a play around. Break something. Make something. Just see if you can mess it up. Um, it'll cost you nothing to give it a try, and that's it really.
Yeah.
Um,
So I have sent the link.
Try it, use it.
Yeah, I have sent the link in the chat. So whoever's watching right now, go ahead, sign up. If you have not tried Frill, go ahead, sign up with their free plan, and test it out for yourself, and give Michael your feedback, right? Give Michael your feedback. Right. Uh Otherwise, let's take a look at if there's any questions, and then if you have any other questions, whoever's watching right now, be sure to type your questions in the chat, and then we will wrap this up, right? So we have a question here. Sorry, I think we have also answered that question right now. So anything else that you'd like to add, Michael? Otherwise, we'll just end this live right here.
Yeah, all
Right.
good. All good.
All
Thank
right,
you
awesome.
very
Right.
much.
I think that's all we have. And Michael, thanks for coming to my show here. And I hope you enjoyed this session, right?
Yes,
And
thank
I
you.
hope that maybe down the road you can join our show again. Give us some updates about your plans as well.
Absolutely. Love
Right.
to.
Awesome. Right. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks for being here. All right, let me just bring myself up first. I'll bring you in very shortly. All right. Hi, everyone. Hey, Decisive Marketers, right? Thanks for being here today on Decisive Talks, right? I'm going live again, right? So I'm Henry Ho, and I'm an entrepreneur, digital marketer, and most importantly, a software enthusiast. And today I have Nizamuddin, right? We're gonna call him we're gonna address him as Nizam, right? That's he told me to address him as Nizam. He's the founder of Acado, a SaaS-based learning management system. Okay, and I have personally tested Acado, and I'm actually impressed with the experience that I get with Acado. But today's talk is not about me, and I'm so excited to have Nizam here to share about his background. And just at the backstage, we were having some casual chat, and he's a really interesting person, right? So let me bring him up. Right, Nizam, can you see us? All right, hi everyone. All right, hi Nizam.
Hey, hi.
Okay, right. So Nizam, thanks for being here on the show today. Could you tell us, about yourself? Where you're from, how did you get into entrepreneurship, and what did you see or experience that made you decide to jump into the SaaS business? Right? Is Acado your first SaaS endeavor?
Wonderful. Sure, Henry. Thank you so much for bringing me here on this this wonderful session with you. I'm so happy that I'm able to meet the community. Some of you know me through a Carol. Some of you know me through the previous webinars that we did in our group and other groups. And very, very, very happy to be here to talk to you again about me, about a Carol, etc. And Henry, once again, thank you so much. And it's so nice of you to bring us all to chat with the like-minded people.
Yeah,
it's a good thing that you're doing.
you're
So
welcome. Yeah.
just to get give you a quick to those who is not aware of Akaril and what we are, right? So we are from India. We are from Bangalore. We have a 30 plus member team based out of India. And so Akadal is our second product. We have another product called Light, which it's an enterprise, typical enterprise sales productivity solution used to by customers across 20 25 plus countries. Um, where the main customers are all very large enterprises like GE Healthcare. GE Healthcare is using a solution in more than 15 countries. We have Citibank, we have Tata, we have Aditya Birla. Those are big brands that you know in India and across the world. So it's toolite.com,
Oh,
Toolt.
my bad. Let me just edit that.
Sure. Toolyt.com. So it's a sales productivity solution, very typical enterprise solution. So we normally do a consulting sales, where we understand their current process, we convert them into a journey of how this can be automated using digital platform. Then we give the salespeople a solution where they can manage their initial lead allocation from a automatic lead allocation to till the disbursements or a customer onboarding happens. The entire journey is mapped inside to life. So we started a couple of years back. We have a good revenue that is coming in. We have profitable, and the team is out there. And we're also backed by one of the reputed VCs in India. And we were doing this. So the reason why we started, we had to also build a catalyst. So I wanted Academy for myself initially. I wanted whenever I'm onboarding a customer, the onboarding is very hard because see, for example, one of the very large banks that we're working is we have around 2,000 to 3,000 plus salespeople using our platform. So we cannot go and train all those 3,000 people on a single Zoom call. So we have to create a lot of training materials. We need to create it like an academy. And when we onboard them, we give them the access to the academy so they can go through how to use Light, how to access the platform, how to configure, etc. And my background is enterprise. I do product and sales. And I actually released or built this product thinking that, okay, I wanted to build something which is affordable to the startups like me, who can use academies for training their own people, onboarding their own customers, and building their own marketing academies. So that's the whole thought I had when I launched this couple of months back. And we launched it through Plug and Paid, wonderful platform. They gave us a support, and it's all about the community who's supporting each other. So community, so Plug and Paid, and the team behind Beck Computers, they all helped us to launch us into this community. And then we launched it, and that was the, I think I should say, eye opener for me, because I believe the B2C area of LMS was not really a great exposure. I know everything in the sense what I know from a training perspective, what an enterprise customer needs. Not everything, but a lot of what a training LMS requires from a corporate point of view. But B2C wasn't really something that I'm good at, but a lot of good people, good community. I mean, there is a lot of discussion about community being toxic or good, but again, I'm not getting into that. But again, I should say that what I saw, what is Acadal today, before 6 or 8 months, is only because of the community, because the community helped me to build it. Community gave me the feedback. They came on call with me. They supported me. They gave me demos of the platforms that they're using. They told me very clearly, they gave me a very clear understanding of what is missing or what is something that a Cadel can become, rather just looking at the B2B alone. And I also realized that B2C and B2B, the only difference is the way that you sell, right? So you give it to an enterprise, it's a B2B. And you sell it to a coach, it is a B2B2C, by the way. So
Yeah.
the sales that is going to make a difference. Other than the feature, every feature is going to be common except the payment option. Any other feature that we build can be used for both B2C as well as B2B. So then we thought, okay, let's change the whole perspective. You had a wrong thought process. So now let's bring what is also required for B2C as well. And then we started building a lot of more features on B2C too. We got a lot of feedback, and then we have a Stripe native integration. We have plans to come up with everything that is required for a B2C too, like email campaign, an integrated, a segmented email campaigns, a landing page is also something in our plan.
Yeah.
So we are slowly getting in. I mean, I can very much say that Acadel is not a complete LMS because it is only a couple of months old, not even a year old. It's only a couple of months old. And what you can expect from a couple of months old is more than what you can get from Acadel. At the same time, next year, I'm very sure, and I can promise you that from our all feedbacks and the experience that we got, we are going to be only better. We're not going to go down. So that's the journey. That's the story of the whole Acadel journey. And so this is where we are now. And now we are talking. We're talking about me here, but happy to talk more if you have any more questions.
Yeah, of course we have, right? And definitely, right, with the recent hoo-ha, okay, I'm definitely going to be asking you some questions about that, right? Of course, hopefully you won't shy from it. But I want to find out a little bit more about you, right? Because entrepreneurship is not easy.
Sure.
Right, entrepreneurship is definitely not easy. Whether some of us in the community right now, we are just starting up, even the smallest business, like starting up a drop shipping store or starting a SaaS business. Okay, everyone faces challenge, right? Yourself, when I was starting out, just with a small little business, trying to do maybe like create an ebook or something like that, and I also face challenges, right? So I want to find out from you, what were your lowest point of your life? What were some of the lowest point in your life during your entrepreneurship journey?
I think one thing which I recommend from my experience is that so I started the whole thing just after a couple of years after the college, right? So I mean, I not really spent a lot of time on the corporate. We started building mobile apps for the clients. It's a pure service company, and that's where the whole learning is coming in. So you make mistake, then you realize that was a mistake, then you find a solution. You don't do that mistake again. So that's how you really learn as an entrepreneur. You don't really have a book to go and read and learn this entrepreneurship, right? So, but what is something which can be very much helpful is have a mentor with you. So, for example, in my case, we have advisors on board who is the product head of LinkedIn, and we have given them equities in our company to make sure that they provide the right value to us. They are the head of LinkedIn, the head of large other software companies, and there is a lot of things that you can get from their experience. You don't really you cannot learn everything, right? So there is a set of context that you look into. For example, let's say there is a problem, you see it in a different view and I see it in a different view, right? Even if we both are going to build a solution around the problem and you can build it in a different way, that's the reason there is Akarel, there is Teachable, there is Kajabi, because the problem is same, but people are looking to that problem in different thought process. They are looking from different perspective. That's the reason this solution is coming in. And when there is people who is experienced and who is knowledgeable about building a product which can solve a problem, and that is what I think that has helped me. So we had some really nice people to help us in our growth as an advisor, as mentors, to really get this going from a financial segment side, from a product side, from a B2B sales side, from an expansion side, from a market growth side. See, there is things that you can get the advisors or mentors on board who's already done that, right? So there is already who has done that, who has made a mistake, who has learned from it. The only thing that you should use is you should go and ask them and get that points from them, right? So you can save that time of again repeating that mistake again. So that's the main advantage that you can get if you have proper mentors working with you. And this has given us a realization, like in Nizam, you're just building your product and just giving it to your customers. You need to build a brand for yourself, and that's why we started building Tolite in 2015-16, and we launched Tolite in 2017. And from there, we were focusing only on a single product. So the entire service team moved into a product. We were just focusing on one single product. We were just focusing on what Tolite can be, what Tolite can become, what Tolite can solve. We had the opportunity to work with very, very, very large corporates, Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies, sitting with the like-minded CXOs, digital transformation heads, sitting with the sales people to understand their problem. So, and my interest is more about product, how a product can change a problem. And that's where, like I said, I'm the only sales guy the whole sales of, what do I say, all these large brands. I like sales because that is the area that you get more problems identified. You'll be able to talk to more stakeholders, you will understand the problem, and you'll be able to come back and implement that problem back in the product. And that's the reason I am online almost all the time in my chat. If you go and see and people ask me, hey, are you the only person working at the company? No, because I have to understand the problem from the customers. Then only I can go back and tell my team, hey, you know what? We're doing something wrong. This is something that we need to build new. So I should be able to take decisions based on what people are experiencing. If I'm assigning that customer support right now at this stage to somebody from my team, I'm actually going to distract my product development. So I think couple of things that I learned is, when you go down, find somebody who can tell you what to do at that particular time. Have a planning, understand the right problems, create a solution for the right problem, and you don't have to be shy to pivot from a idea. For example, let's say I have built something for something, but you realize that the something can be something else, right? Or I have to build something else for something else to make it bigger. So, I mean, there's no shy. You should really just go out and do it. And there can be some scenarios when you launch a product which you thought this is a great idea, and you give it to a customer and customer says, this is shit. I mean, I'm not going to use it. Then there's no problem. Just delete it. I mean, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. Right. So all of these are experiences when you start building it. And there can be 10 features out of that, only two are going to make like 80-20 tool, right? I mean, you may have 10 features, but out of that only 20 is actually going to be very working and used to by everyone. So all of these things are very, very good learnings when you start working. But my most important thing is talk to your customer, because you can be a customer for your own product, but the problem is that you're not the only customer. There is another large 99.9 percentage people out, so you should talk to them, understand their problem, then go back and build it. Then the product will be like, will be better and better and better and better. That's my thought. Yeah, that's my thought regarding this.
I see, I see. So you mentioned about, I think I really like your what you said about building a brand yourself, right? Because you started out building mobile apps for clients, right? Like an agency, and then you later on started to build your own brand, right? I think that's a very important, because that's also like what I did, because I started out working in a retail store selling musical instruments, and my boss was actually selling Yamaha guitars and stuff like that. And the Yamaha in Singapore always have, every now and then they would have a big sale, and they would sell very cheap, and it's sometimes even cheaper than the cost price that my my boss has, right? My boss got it from them, right? And then he couldn't sell for those like an entire month, because Yamaha had a sale. So he decided to bring in his own brand, right? And that's when I realized that, creating your own brand is so important.
Yeah.
So if you see, like when I run my group, right, it is not about it is I'm always putting out a particular particular angle, like that. Yes, I do reviews, right? But I'm also going to be not going to be a nice person, right? Because I'm going to be criticizing your tool, right? If it's great, I'm definitely going to be one of your biggest fans. But if it's terrible, or you are a scammer, and I'm just going to be on your ass, definitely, right? That's the way. That's my branding. And every time, I put up a live here, I don't just call it a live, I call it Decisive Talks. I call it Decisive Marketer, right? Because the branding is so important. It brings back the customers to you, and your customers will recommend other customers to you as well, right? And so I really like that. And one more issue that I think you brought up just now was that you want to have a mentor to guide you so that you don't make mistakes. I definitely agree with that as well. I have a lot of mentors in my life, but I would like to ask you, right, before you had a mentor, what was the biggest mistake that you've done in your business?
Everything was a mistake. Every decision. And the first mistake itself was not finding a mentor. And that first mistake itself, maybe, and the biggest mistake is you take more time to learn, right? You make more mistakes, and you make your solution for your mistakes becomes longer when you have somebody. And the other funny part is when you are reserved about, okay, what if I share this idea with somebody, and what if he take it and execute it and build a product out of it. Those used to be my initial thing, but again, what I believe is nobody is going to steal your idea. If anybody is going to steal your idea, it's not about just building an idea, it's about making that product active, selling it, and
Yeah.
building is easy, but again, selling is not that easy. I mean, not everybody can sell the same way that you sell, right? So it's all about go talk to people who is good at it. I mean, if you want to talk about product, and I'm not best at it, but I know something, I can very much talk about it. And if
Mm.
you want to talk about some tools which is going to help you in product development, I can at least talk about something about product development, because whatever that I've experienced and used or anything like that, I should be able to very much talk. Enterprise sales, I should be able to at least talk something, not everything, but again, whatever that I know, I should be able to share that. But similarly, there are many other people who can talk more about that, right? I mean, who has kind of lived their complete life on it, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. And the best part is, one, you can end up not going to, large problems. Two, you don't have to waste time by again creating that mistake and then solving it, or getting into that problem or solving it. Rather, before that, you'll be able to. So, for example, I'll give you an idea where we were planning to go to some local markets, and we were trying to, like, for example, we went to Korea. And we
Okay.
went to Korea, we spent a lot of money, and we incorporated our company there, and we wasted like a lot of money. I was not really aware of Korea at that time, but I was thinking that it is a very niche market. It's a market where everybody knows each other. If you're able to sell to Coca-Cola, you'll be able to easily sell to Hyundai, because it's a closed community. The problem is that market itself works completely in different ways. So when this advisor onboarded me, the first thing that he asked me is, kill your office in Korea. Don't focus on Korea. When you reach at a particular stage and when you're clear about, so there are multiple things. For example, very simple example I'll tell you. In our product, the arrow mark in green color indicates it has gone high, right? And red
Mm.
color indicates it has gone low in a normal graph. But in Korea, the arrow mark top indicates in blue color it's high. If it is down, it should be in green color, not in red color. Okay, this is low. So there is a local behavior to different things that you're doing. And second thing is, there is a lot of language barrier. And when you need to really talk to, you can't talk in English. I have spent a lot of money there hiring people who can speak in English, but the issue is that as a product owner, if you're able to not convey that rightly to the end customer, and if you need a mediator in between, that is actually going to take a lot of your time. So we wasted good amount of time and money figuring out a market in Korea. And rather he said, let's go to US. Let's go to US. And then we went to US, and when we started building all this, and now we have more customers now. Because see, I would have not done that and saved my time and money if I had that vendor before I was going to Korea and telling me, because he already had that experience. He was running $1 million company. His one product was sold for around $153 million. He was in Valley. He has done this going to market in Korea, in China, etc. He know the exact problem of going to a market in Korea. So he would have told me that before itself, and I would have saved my time there. So that is the reason, right? So I think, and this is where you basically save your time and money, and and they will give you more and more ideas. So eventually they might have done the same mistakes as you, and they will let you not do that mistakes again. That's a core idea of not getting into a mistake, or not saving time. Again, going back to the same question,
Yeah.
I've done mistakes like this. I've done mistakes like this,
I
which are
think I think the Korea mistake must be very costly.
very costly mistake. Very
Yeah,
costly. From a
very
time
costly.
from a cost perspective, it was very much a costly mistake. Similarly, we had many mistakes. We had mistakes in hiring wrong people. We had mistakes in, talking to the wrong industry. Right now, we have a specific industry. We say, what? If you ask me what Tolite is, I can clearly say Tolite is for XYZ, for XYZ company. So okay, so it's all about. So we had a mistake saying that, okay, Tolite is for everyone. Now we
Yeah.
change that. Tolite is for only this is particular problems. So even that was a mistake. That was a mistake that we said, okay, it's not for everyone. We built for this, and this is the problem. The messaging is very clear, and that was also given by someone who is kind of help us understand what our exact value proposition is. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm talking about a lot, but
No
I'm just
problem. Yeah,
getting.
go ahead. I mean, I'm really enjoying talking to you because I could tell that you are not just a leader, right? I mean, you like before that you told me that you were on the ground always answering the talking to the customer. You are like the customer support, right? The one front facing the customer support. So you are willing to go down to the and face the customers, and at the same time you are the leader of the company, and at the same time you are willing to humble yourself and listen to someone who is much better than you, who knows the market better than you, who has more experience than you. I think that is one of the most important uh, traits to have to be a successful a leader, right? You got to humble yourself when you are talking to to people who are better than you. You got to be a good leader and a follower, right? To be a good leader, I mean, to be a good leader.
Listening
Yeah.
is very important. I'll tell you one other advice that my mentor gave me. She told me, like, Nizam, when you hire someone, don't hire someone who is not equivalent to you. Hire someone who is better than you.
Yeah.
Then is, if you're going to hire someone who is equivalent or less than you will be always implying your ideas to them. And you have a limited set of ideas. I mean, you will definitely come out of ideas. You need people who can think beyond your ideas and come up with more ideas.
Yes, yes,
Then
I
only you
highly
can.
agree. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you're hiring a salesperson, that salesperson should be better than you. You should never have an ego saying that, okay, what if
Yeah.
somebody better than me comes on my boat? And
Yeah.
that's going to kill your product and kill your sales. When you
Yeah.
have a product person, you should have somebody who's better than you. Then only you can also learn, right? I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
and when you talk to a customer, it's very important that you should not behave like you are the product master. No, I mean, you are there if customer is there. If you're not there, if customer is there, then you are not there, your product is not there. There's no use. What if you have a great product, $1 billion product, and if you have no customers? There's no use at all. So what you need first and most important is you need people, you need customers who's going to tell you their issues and all that, and you need to listen to them. Then you can build a better product. So I think it's a part of the entrepreneurship gene, is what I believe. If you have the gene, then you can scale. If I'm able to sustain my company for more than 5-6 years now, I hope I can very much sustain this for another 10, 15 years, to 20 years, to 30 years, because I've gone through that ups and down. I have had issues where I was not able to make the payment on time. This was there once, and now it is, at least I'm okay. I'm stable. I'm able to make them
Yeah.
happy, able to make. And we have senior people on board. We have people who worked in Yahoo. We have senior people who worked in Microsoft, who is working on technology. And we have senior people on board who is like elder than me. And it's not about, I should not have an ego saying that, okay, they're elder, they are big guys. No, they're coming with their own expertise, right? Which is
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
That's a value addition for your company. So if you want to
Yeah.
learn, if you want to grow, no ego, just go, have best people hired, have mentors on board, learn from mistakes, and do share your thought with somebody so that they can share their thoughts. And because we have this community where they come in chat and they talk to me a lot of things. Like Bo is one of the very good friend of mine from the community who comes with a lot of ideas. He has given me a lot of ideas, connected me with a lot of founders, and we were able to bring some exciting discussions together, right? So I think it's only each other who can help. And if you think you're going to just gonna go make a lot of $1 billion money without listening to your customers and community, I don't really think so that's going to be possible.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Hiring someone who is smarter than you, right? Because when you hire people who are sort of equal or lower than you, what's usually going to happen is that they don't give you any ideas. They will just whatever ideas that you have, they just follow you, right? So it doesn't really value add. That's what I think. So let's move on, right? So the name Acado, right? How did you come up with that?
So there's no meaning for a Carol. And for Tolite also, there was no meaning. I wanted to build something with no meaning at all. I love starting from scratch, and I wanted to build a brand. And this is your baby, right? So you want to
Yeah,
build a unique name for your baby. Academy was the whole logic because ACADLE. Then I was searching for all the combination to get a domain. Luckily, acadel.com was available. We took the domain. So there's no other meaning for that. So I wanted a unique name, which is something which is going to give you some more kick when you build it, right? So I mean, if it is going to
Yeah.
be name.
I don't know, right? I mean, I was thinking like acado, so it's like academy and maybe a cradle, right?
Parallel
Like
and
a
learning.
baby, and then you it's a place where you learn and you grow or something like that. I thought that was kind of how I thought it was. But if you got no meaning, right? Maybe my meaning could be yours.
Another thing, so academy plus learning. So I can take acad from the academy and LE from the learning. So it's acad. So that, I have a
Yeah, yeah.
but
So
I
yeah.
meaning when I for it. I unique.com 5 to 6 letter name. That's it. That's the only thought process I had.
Yeah. So could you share with us, where you think Acado stands out from your competitors? And, since you are a much younger company, how do you think that you can compete in this niche? Like, some of the competitors that you mentioned, Teachable, you've got, Kajabi, how are you going to compete in this niche?
Absolutely. So one thing which I always had in my mind is make it simple, make it very a lot of these people who come and tell me, Nizam, this is very simple to use, so just listen to my voice. Nizam, this is very simple to use, I like it. A lot of these people come and tell me, Nizam, this is very simple, I don't want to use this. So this is all thought process, but I like the simplicity. There are people who don't like simplicity, there are people who like simplicity. We want this to be very simple. We want this to be UI neat and clean, simple, not complex to manage, created very easily. We want it to be more developer friendly. So we wanted to build it like a platform that anybody can come plug in their applications and start using it. So if you see it, we have started building the APIs and webhooks and the embed features and the integrations, and we want to make sure that you should be able to just take it and plug it into any other existing solutions and start using it. So from the beginning, we want to focus on making it more developer friendly so that you can use it with the existing solutions. You can plug it into an existing solution. If you already have a SaaS solution, if you want to plug in a learning academy, for example, we're working with a community software. They're already doing good job. They're providing codes also as part of their software by integrating academy. So it's just that we have given them the APIs and the stuff like that and the embed feature, and they have embedded it. It's in their platform. It looks like one of the menus inside their platform. They're giving it as a additional service within the platform. And another biggest difference that we're going to make in terms of the sales is we have something called agency. So we have this Acadal agency where our dream is we don't want to focus on sales. We don't want you to focus on sales. We want to focus on the product. And when you focus on sales, we don't want you to sell my product. We want you to sell your brand. So if you look at our agency program, it is kind of a unique program where you can white label the entire Acadal platform, launch it as your own product, abc.com, abclms.com, where customers can have a trial page of trial.abclms.com. They can create an academy under academy.abclms.com. You can have your own pricing. So we want to build an army of agencies or people who are SaaS enthusiasts, and they want to focus on selling their brand rather than our brand. And we want to focus on our technology piece. We will be continuously building it. We already have more than 100 agencies on board already. So the beauty there is you can also launch your own new branded SaaS solution, LMS SaaS solution, catering to the area that you think you're good at. For example, we have customers who's purely focusing on the sales target. We have customers who's purely focusing on their local French market. We have customers who's focusing purely on the arts and science sort of a target area. So when you think you're good at something, you have a proper community that you think you can sell your product to. You can sell your product, which is a white labeled Acadal product, in your own brand name. You're selling your brand, you're not selling my brand. And I'm going to easily consider that as my investment cost, my sales cost, and the revenue that is going to be split between us. And you can sell it for any cost. So we have plans to bring it multiple. We want to empower the agencies who's already there. We want to make it more developer friendly. We want to be more unique when it comes to the user experience of how to build it, etc., etc. So I think I will be like we're another eight more days in Appsumo, and once we are done with that, we'll be getting back to our table and telling you, hey, you know what, these are the 5 or 10 or 20 things which are going to come in the next 2 months, 3 months, 4 things in 5 months. So I'll be able to even create a better roadmap for you once I'm done with this BC support things. I think we should be able to soon give you a proper idea in terms of what is the route that we're going to travel just after this. Yeah.
Right. Thanks for sharing. I think you have a very unique approach, because if you look at your competitors, right, they are always going for the end user. Right. Most of them are going for the end user, while you are, hey, I don't want to, I mean, I want to deal with the agency. So I think this is something where the market is missing out, right? Going after the agencies. I think that's what you are doing right. Because when I mean I'm sure you've seen the video that I've done on YouTube. And personally for me, I would think that I prefer more marketing features. And you currently have a competitor on Appsumo right now. And but people are saying that, hey, a cattle is actually a better deal. After I did the comparison, actually a cattle is actually a better deal, right? Even though I prefer the other solution, but they're saying that a cattle is a better solution because I can create so multiple academies, right? So I can then use them for my clients, right? Every academy for each client, right? And I think that's a brilliant angle that you're doing. I was very confused as at first, like, why are you doing it this way? Why would I need like so many different academies, right? I was actually thinking about that. So I think you really know what you're doing in terms of like going after the market. That's what I really like, right? So, what do you see, in the future of Acado then, and what excites you about Acado?
The excitement is about learning, right? So I think you're directly or indirectly adding a lot of value to your people. So one, you're making someone profitable, you're someone's business profitable. Second is education is something which is very close to my heart. So I've been working as a teacher sometimes whenever I get time. So education is something which is very close, and not for me. That's not part of my career. That is part of my passion. So I've been involved with multiple learning startups, telling them how to build it. There is a company that I'm mentoring right now, which is purely into the higher secondary learning side, where how to creatively talk to them about maths and physics and chemistry, etc. So there are two things which excites me a lot. One, we are definitely talking about money and profits here. There is someone who is getting value, getting money, getting profits, and getting their daily life going out of it. Number two, there is a lot of knowledge getting shared. So even if it is going to be a corporate, even if it is going to be a typical dance teacher, which is who wants to teach something, it's all about teaching, right? So I think that's a very beautiful thing, beautiful part of a career, which is something which is very exciting for me, and which is something which is very close to my heart. And where do I go? So I think definitely we're not going to go down. We'll only go up. And after maybe a month, or maybe an year, we should be able to provide you in a better features, more features which can manage your users efficiently, understand more analytics. There are core three areas that we are going to focus, which I was telling to many other users also. One, to make the editor better as possible. So I want to make more templates where you can use within the editor, more flexibilities with the editor, more integrations within the editor, etc. This is one focus that I'm going to do in the next few months. Second focus is going to be in the videos part, because we don't have a direct video upload yet. The reason why I did not enable that yet is we believe there is more control we need to bring. For example, I have two people dedicatedly working, doing a research to understand uh, the individual patterns of the learning within the video, which is the video which is having maximum skips, which is the video which is having deep. So we're trying to build something around that. It's only a research. We haven't come up with a solution yet. So video is something that we're going to focus more on, which is going to give your team recommendations of what is a lesson to learn next, or the admin recommendation in terms of, okay, let's see, if you finished a question and if you answered it wrong, it should be able to automatically loop you to the right part of the video and tell you, hey, you answered this area wrong, you should learn this again. So video is something that I'm going to give focus in the next few years, and I will be like focusing a lot on the video part, and which is going to be helpful for both B2B, B2C, etc. So these are the main areas. And third is definitely going to be the user experience. So I really want to see how this can be always simple. Even if we build another 20 features, we want to make sure that this is something which anybody can come start doing it. And And as part of this collaboration, so when you do a collaborative way of learning, so as part of this we launched a community feature. So what if you're able to learn at the same time, discuss with others and co-sharing, right? So you share something what you know and let others share something what they know. So it's going to be a combination of, so I mean, I think it's going to be a combination of learning, collaboration, video communication, etc., which is where we are going to head to. This is the exact way we are going to head to in the next couple of months.
Yeah, I think that's great. And one thing I feel, right, even when I was using Teachable, I mean one of your competitors, right, even though it's already a mature solution, one thing that I've realized is that it is a huge problem when I don't want to learn on the desktop. Like I don't want to be on a desktop and learning, is that I can't cast the video onto my TV, right? And I find that it's actually a great idea that I don't think a lot of LMS companies are actually looking at it, and not just LMS, but a lot of like video tools are actually not focusing on that, such as recently we had this Vadu TV that just ended, right? They don't have these features as well. I believe probably like Adilo, they probably don't have such feature as well, where you can actually cast the video from your mobile onto the screen itself, so that I can learn whatever is playing. At the same time, I can browse through my notes on my phone, right? Rather than being on the desktop, I could just be sitting in front of TV and I'm learning, right? So I really like that idea, which I haven't even seen it in even Teachable as well. I mean, just something to think about, right? I've got some questions in here. This is really, yeah.
Point, one
Go ahead,
point.
yeah, Nizam.
Yeah. See, I mean, one thing that you might have noticed is the reason why I'm telling video is the next big thing is, if you're watching Netflix, if you're watching any other video streaming platforms, we proudly believe that I'm the one who is watching or deciding what is the next TV to watch, what is the next series to watch, right? No, you're absolutely wrong. It's Netflix who is deciding what is the next series or movie that you should watch, because the moment you're done, it is giving a recommendation.
Yeah,
You're scrolling the recommendation, you're choosing another one, and you start watching it, right?
yeah,
So based on the patterns, based on the behavioral patterns, the system is actually telling you what to watch next. There
yeah,
are thousands of videos. It's not you who is going and deciding what to watch. So it's the behavioral patterns that we have in a video. So the reason why I'm telling is, there is a lot of things that you can do within a video. There is a bunch of things that you can understand the behavioral patterns, learning patterns, the do's and don'ts, the what he understood, what he did not understand. There are many things that you can learn from the video patterns, if that is going
yeah.
to be.
One thing about Teachable as well is that if I'm watching the video of the lesson itself, and then when I finish the video, it doesn't automatically move on to the next lesson. And this is actually something that Udemy does, right? And which I really kind of I mean, I don't really like the courses on Udemy, but I think that the experience of learning there is actually pretty nice, because you watch the video, it's done, you move on to the next lesson automatically, right? And that's something I realized that is lacking out there. Yep. I mean, these are just some of my suggestions, right? So, we've got some questions that's coming in here, and it's kind of related to what I'm asking here. It's how big the team of cattle is. I would like to know about it, and how you come up with this idea. I guess we already answered that, but how big is the team, right? How many developers, customer support, designers you have? How are they like? Do they help you to keep you motivated to help you create what you want out of a cattle?
Sure, I can answer this. The whole team is a 30 plus member team. The whole team, I'm talking about the whole team who is managing currently Tulite as well as a Carrot. But the team who is working on Acadal is, I keep jumping people. There can be 2 at a time, there can be 5 at a time. It is based on the priority. So we keep jumping people. There are 2 dedicated customer support and success people who is currently working on onboarding customers and all that. And developers, we have like 2 to 3 developers almost all the time continuously working on these developments. But this will be going high because we have hundreds of items on our bucket list and we should not prioritize it, right? So right now the whole team is like more than 30 plus. And I think I've already answered to the other question, like how we came to the whole story. So
Yeah.
feel to just go back and see what we discussed. But again, just to not disappoint you with the answer. So this was something which I wanted for myself. for onboarding my own customers and my employees. So, for example, if you see my, I can show you right away. Just Henry, if it is okay, if I just quickly share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, you see, this is my academy that I built for my employees, my own sales team, my technical team, etc. So when I have a new, like today we have like 2 to 3 people join. What I do is I simply invite them to this academy. They come to this, they know about client demo videos, competitors, key clients, creating demand, building sales funnel, sales process, selling through partners, KPI, sales script, negotiation. So I have a bunch of materials that I already preloaded, so that they're very clear about what they have to learn. So the first 2-3 days they'll spend only on this, right? So they'll spend only on understanding more about the product, understanding about the customers, understanding about how this whole thing works, right? The whole application works, etc. So this was the first reason why we had to build a Carol, for myself, for onboarding my customers, as well as my own employees when they joined a Carol. So that is where we eventually started. We ended up now. We are now doing B2B and B2C now. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Right. So, any challenges or big hurdles that your company is facing with currently? You're occupied with currently?
See, I think the journey of this product development is a continuous challenge, right? I mean, today you have a challenge of new challenge, and tomorrow you'll have another new challenge. I think always every company will have a challenge of having the right people on board. I think we are continuously doing, like, for example, 2 months or 3 months ago we were only 20 people or 23 people, and now we are, after 2 months, we are like 30 plus, and eventually we are going to be another 40 or 50 plus in next 2 months, because we have already given them a lot of left offer letters and all that. Getting the right people on board, right? Getting the right mindset, right people who is having the right mindset of building something, or finding happiness in finding or building something, etc. So
Yeah.
it's a continuous challenge, right? And getting a people motivated when people are all working from home. If it is office, then you find what is going on with them. And now
Yeah.
everybody is working from home. I'm actually sitting in my room and doing this show. So in a COVID situation, we had to close our office and we're all working from home. That is another thing which everybody is facing, but I hope even that also will be, I mean, soon out soon. But again, yeah, these are few items, but which is part of all our life. I mean, how to find solution, how to find the right people, how to get motivated, how to get people to motivate, etc.
Yeah. Right. So, how do you feel? Right. Okay. So we got another question here. Right. So, let's talk about a little bit more about a product first. So, any updates on Android app for Acado? Is it going to be white labeled, right, or with your branding, or would it be both, or and will it be a monthly subscription based, or will it be included for the LTD customers as well? Because that wasn't really specified, right, in your deal itself.
Yeah. No, I think we have nowhere mentioned about white label, and we're not going to have a Acadal app. So if you see our pricings also, we have something called SDK. Can you just take a minute? I have a
Yeah, go ahead.
meeting വിളിക്കാം.
ആയിക്കോട്ടെ താക്കോലിടില്ല
താക്കോല് താഴെ ഇരിക്കണ്ടാവും. ഒന്ന് നോക്കി നോക്കാം. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
remembered the car key. I don't know. Okay, we'll see. Sorry.
No problem.
We're starting with SDK. SDK, you know already, right? So SDK
Yeah.
is something which you can plug it into an existing application, or you can build your own white label application on top of the SDK. So SDK is like a WordPress plugin where you can use it just like that. You can build your own white label application. So we're starting with an SDK now. So that will be launched. And if you see our pricing also, we have mentioned SDK. We do have plans to bring the white mobile, but it's not white label. It is not a Carol. It's going to be a generic name. So our plan is that we'll just launch a product with generic name. It's like a learning management system or learning management software, which will not have any brand name anywhere, so that everyone can use it. So otherwise they have to host it. We have to source them, like customize it. All those pains are not going to be there. So our plan is to launch an app which is going to have a generic name, which can be used by anyone, so that there will not be any confusion. When they log in, they will have an option to enter a unique ID for Academy, and they enter the Academy login. So that's our plan. So everybody will get their own applications, and I don't have to worry about white labeling or not white labeling
Yeah,
anymore.
I really like your approach of this business over here that you have, because it's really different, right? Because I mean, I spoke to just last week I spoke to Michael Hughes, is the founder of Frill, and all he wants is I want to build something of my own, right? I want to build something of my own, and I want to have my branding over there. I want to, and you are like, no, you guys, I want you guys to build it for me, right? I want to give away. I mean, this apps, you guys can have your own branding. Go ahead, right? You guys build it for me. You know what I mean, right? You
I'm
guys,
a good friend of mine, yes.
you guys get the sales. You guys build it for me, right? I really like that mindset. It's totally very different and very unheard of in the SaaS business, because a lot of people, most of the SaaS founders are very egoistic, I would say, right? I want my stuff, right? I want, click funnels. Every single page is gonna have my logo in there, right? But you're like, hey, you guys can white label whatever it is. We have a generic app. Anyone can use it. I really like that, right? So, but I think you haven't answered the question, right? Would it be a monthly subscription based, or will it be included for the LTD customers as well?
Mobile app, that's going to be for everyone. I'm not going to charge anything for that because it's not going to be white label. There's no cost for me. And it is so much for me it is. So instead of you using it on the web, I'm going to let you use it on the mobile app. That's it. So we're not going to have any other extra cost for using our mobile.
Yeah, that's awesome. Because a lot of businesses out there, a lot of SaaS, right? They really want to reach the end customers, whereas you are the one. I want to talk to the agencies. I really like that approach, and I think that's where the market gap is, because no one is going after these agencies, and these agencies are crazy over white labeling, right? Right, and I think that's amazing. So, how do you feel about launching a lifetime deal then? With
So happy. I'm so happy for taking the decision. I'm super excited. I got a very good number of friends, very good friends who really only think good about you. And see, I mean, there are one or two people who just come to fight with you. I mean, like, see, for everyone, even in your family, there'll be one person who is always wrong, right? I mean,
yeah, yeah. Okay, I think we kind of lost you a little bit. Let's give Nizam some time. He might have got disconnected. Okay, I think he's back here.
I lost my connection. I'm
Hey,
so
no
sorry.
worries. Yeah. Go ahead.
And I was saying
Yeah.
that, this is only a blessing. We were so happy that we launched. We got a bunch of good ideas. We had to really think about pivoting our whole ideas. I was thinking it's all B2B, but now we started thinking about all. So I think for me, it is only good. It did only good for me, and I have no negative thing. And where I'm not trying to say that everybody is good. There is always one or two, but again, that's not a problem with the community. It's a problem with them. I mean, if you identify, if you're able to talk to them nicely, I mean, maybe you should solve that too.
Yeah.
So it was very good for me. It was very, very good for me.
Yeah, that's awesome, right? So how do you feel then, about the LTD community, right? Because we've got some founders who, I don't feel like it's a great mindset where you actually take money from people. I mean, even when you buy a lifetime deal, you are a customer as well, right? You are a customer, right? Even if someone were to buy from me just a $15 item compared to a $150 item, I'm going to treat the $15 person with respect as well, right? So, and some of these founders, they come in, they take money, and then they kind of mistreat us, right? Which I feel like that's not very ethical, right? They took my money and then they say, hey, you guys are just very toxic, and I don't feel that that's the right language to actually talk about a community like that. How do you feel about the community, and how do you feel? This might be a little bit difficult for you to answer, but how do you feel about some founders who feel that way, right? Do you think that maybe they should just they made a wrong a bad mistake working with the LTD community?
This is a very, very sensitive topic to touch,
Yeah,
and you're actually putting me into a hell. But okay, I think I should express my opinion there.
of course. I
Yeah.
mean, what I'm trying to say is that you don't really have to answer about the
I will. I have no problem
but
in answering. I'll make sure to answer what is in my thoughts. I mean,
yeah,
everyone has their own opinions, right? I mean,
yeah,
for example, I have my opinion, you have your opinion. So before becoming a LTD owner, before becoming an LTD, a Carol who's going to go in the LTD, I'm a customer side. I'm from the customer side from last couple of years. I buy a lot of
yeah,
deals on the Appsumo. I'm buying from the other. So I'm there in that segment from some time. We was already buying deals, and I'm also a customer of all those founders who where we spoke about those topics that you just talked, right? So
yeah,
I think my simple opinion is I know them all. I mean, all of those problems we are very personally connected. They're very good, Vigas and all, like very good guys, and they're like doing a lot of good things for the community. They're coming up with interesting ideas. They are coming up with some. So Vigas, I know he's coming up with a very beautiful content which is going to be free of cost for the whole community, which is going to help us in generate maybe hundreds of deals in future. So I think they were not really talking about the whole community as such. They were talking about at a certain point, you will have one person who's irritating you a lot, and you will go to your
yeah.
home and you will shout
I
at your
definitely agree with that. Yeah, yeah,
you
definitely
will shout
agree with that.
at your wife and you will shout out to your brother or sister because you're angry on somebody else, right?
Yeah, 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 definitely,
That's
right.
the only mindset that happened is what I believe, because you were angry with someone, and they had to just come and shout about this because they were angry with someone. But the other ways are all very good. I mean, this the task management tool founder, he's also good only. He's also working very hard. I'm seeing him working hard. He's coming up with new releases. I hope he's gonna continuously going to help us only, because I don't think he'll just go run away from LTD. He'll definitely come back because he loves supporting, he loves giving value back to the community, etc. So I think it is some of the other thing which is giving them, maybe making them frustrated, and it is that might have a couple of people might have taken that completely wrong, but I don't think they meant that. They meant only that those people, right? Those people,
Yeah,
like I said, in our family also, there is, in our friend circle, there'll be one guy who's
yeah,
always
definitely. Yeah, I definitely agree with that, right? It's always like, the 80-20 rule, right?
absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
80-20 rule, right? I would say most of us are very decent people, and
Very nice.
and
Helping nature. Helping is just like
yeah,
somebody connected with you, and it's not me. I know you directly. We never spoke, and there is a well-wisher who connected, who tagged us both. When they became friends, we are talking. It's all about working together, right? Nobody is like here to just cheat. I don't think there is anyone who's. I mean, if there is someone, we should go and fight, because otherwise he's coming. But I don't think I have not seen someone who's coming only to cheat others. And there is always someone the other way. We are adding value to each other. We'll continue to add value to each other. So I
yeah.
hope.
I mean, definitely there will be some bad eggs, but I feel that if anyone who is serious, who is a SaaS founder, and he wants to launch a LTD, definitely there will be some bad eggs in the community as well, right? And
Yeah.
don't focus on those people, right? Don't focus on those people. And what I feel is that if someone is making it hard on you, I think just having a more open refund policy, right? Personally, I don't want a negative toxic customer as well, and I've refunded so many people in my life, right? And I just tell the customer, I don't think we are right for you. Why don't you buy it from someone
Similar,
else, right?
similar, yeah.
Right?
And
and
this is
and
applicable for your recurring customer also, not just the LTD customer. If you
yeah,
think, so I'll tell you, in our Twilight also, we had this one or two small paying customers who's eating our 60% of our time. He's
yeah,
only paying maybe around $100. And there is a customer who's paying me $2,000, but who is not eating my time. There is a $100 customer who's eating my whole time. You simply say no to them, because it is going to affect your productivity. It is going to affect your whole daily work. It is going to affect your relationship with your family. It's going to be affecting. If there is a, I mean, talk and finish, I think it's just that talk and finish. Just do a communication talk and finish is what I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel that, if you take money from people, right, even for my customers, if I take money from them, right, and if I don't do a good job, right, then of course I owe it to them, right? But if they are over demanding, then it's not right. Then I would just refund them. I think that's the way it is, because I feel that because I come from an e-commerce background, right? And even like if you're from US, anything you buy online, you get a 30 days refund window, right? And in Singapore, it's much low, it's much smaller. It's like 7 days or 14 days or something like that. And but sometimes I get customers outside of that window, like we are talking about 2 months or 3 months later. Personally, I sell elderly products, and we sell like milk powders for elderlies, and some of them, these elderlies, they actually pass on, they
Mm-hmm.
actually pass away before they can consume everything, and the caregivers will come up to me and say, hey, can we refund this, because we bought them. Of course it's outside the refund window, but can we refund this, because our mom just passed away, and she's not able to consume this anymore, right? So then we say, okay, no problem, just send it back to us, we'll refund you, right? I think there needs to be some compassion with these SaaS founders, some of these people, because and I do understand that, because a lot of you are coming from a developer kind of background. Unlike Nizam yourself, you are more of a salesperson, you are more of a business owner, you know how to treat people right. Whereas some people who are developers, they work in their confined environment, they don't really know how to deal with people. That's why I feel very sad about, and I hope that more SaaS founders will come and do lifetime deals. They would understand this perspective here, right? So anyway, on to that, right? So we talk about LMS in the market right now. There's so many competitors. Personally, I've done a comparison video with your tool versus your competitors, who's currently on Appsumo right now, and both of you offer very great value for your deals. But I would say that with your competitor, they're allowing unlimited students in their plan, right? And they offer very good marketing features as well to promote whoever creates their courses, right? Because they got push notifications, they got I think a bunch of other stuff as well. And what would you say to get people like myself who are actually looking at your competitors deal right now, and say, hey, actually take a look at my deal here, Acado, right? What would you say to people like that?
The first say to them is just go and see how many years a cattle is registered, how many years that competitor's domain is registered. You
Mm,
look at from that period of time, how much we have achieved, how much they have achieved. I'm not saying that they are bad. No one is bad. Everybody is good. They have their own unique selling propositions. What I'm saying is this is what I have achieved in a cattle in the last 6 months or 8 months or 1 year. And you see what they have achieved in the same amount of time or in that 7 years or 4 years or whatever. If we get the same amount of time, we'll also be there. So what we are doing is we're telling you right now, so that we're at their age, we'll be far better than them. So we just started, right? So I cannot directly do and sell a causal saying that, okay, we are better than this than them, we're better than this than them. I'm telling that from an age perspective, we are so younger than them. And we've already achieved a bunch of good things on us, and we are going to achieve a lot more than them. So you're just going to see the growth, and you have a lot of you guys have seen our growth in the last few months because we were only in this community from last few months, and we just started going to recurring. We already started getting recurring revenues and apparel. So I think it's all context also. It's all personal choice also. If you think the UI and the UX and the features that we have in our pipeline and what we have launched already, and if this is like one of your point only, Henry, like you speak about, don't keep it in shell, right? I mean, only buy it if you need it. And if
Yes.
you already bought it, use it. The
Yes.
same comment. You look at the software, if it is easy for you to use, if it is easy for you to manage, if our last couple of months growth is interesting, if you see our roadmap is interesting, and if you think we will also grow just the way that we grew in the last couple of months, then buy from us. I'm not going to tell here to say that I'm better than the other tools, because everybody's put in their hard work to build this, and no one is doing any magic to build an application. There is a hard work behind every small or big application to be developed. I don't want to come here and just put some dark shades on everybody and anybody saying that okay, they're bad, they're good, they're very old, etc. And they will. So my only thing is I can talk about my team, my passion, my roadmap, my product, my faster growth thing, and the way that I'm growing, the route that I'm taking, the integration that I'm going to bring. So the only sell point for me is, if you think multiple academies, if you think the way that we are going, if you think the features that we're launching, if you think the approach that we're taking for solving the problems, if you think the roadmap that we have already promised is going to make sense, please buy a car. That's the only take. I'm sorry to take this answer, but this is my answer, Henry.
Yeah, I think that's a very good answer, right? Because when I first did the comparison, right, I just couldn't understand why it wasn't unlimited students. Because if it was unlimited students, then I could run free courses, right?
Yeah.
Right, I could run free courses, and then from those free courses, I can then upsell the students to my other paid courses. So that was my idea, right? Because I come from a marketing kind of background, whereas I am starting to see where the value of Acado is that you run, and maybe you are agency, you serve your clients, and they don't have a big they don't have a big team, right? So just 500 students would be more than enough, right? And then you got multiple academies, and that everything just kind of works out for a certain group of class clients that you are that Acado is actually specifically looking for anyway, right?
I
So
think if your academy demands an unlimited user base of users, I think Academy is not the right choice. You should not buy Academy because Academy is not having unlimited users. You
yeah,
should. So I think it's your choice. It's your choice and it's your requirement. If the requirement meets, if the team meets, if the roadmap meets your expectations, your thought process, your interest, then buy it, and don't buy it just because. And we are just going to grow. So I think we have already revenue. We have a good deal. We have a we just going to go end. So this is definitely go scale only. So you are going to get the benefit for all the features that we're going to build to those. And so if the deal is going to make sense for you in any way, please go purchase a car. Otherwise, buy the deal that is going to make sense for you, because you
yeah.
should. It's an investment. Yeah, you should
Yeah,
use it.
because I think where Acado does much stronger, right? It's you've got gamification that's going on. You've got notes. You've got the what is it? The bookmarks.
Community we have. Yeah, community.
You got FAQ, something like that. I can't remember the term that you use, but it was those kind of features, and your simplicity, right, of your UI and everything. It's very like a white piece of paper. that's what I can say. If that's what you like, an empty piece of paper that you can do whatever you want on it. I think Acado is great because with your competitors too. Even though I like certain features, but I would say that the UI is a little bit complex. Where do I click? What do I do? Because there's so many things in there that's going on, right? So I think this Acado is definitely great for a certain group of people, especially if you are running an agency and you're supporting clients with their learning management system, right? Onboarding, things like that. Yeah. So now that we've pretty much, I've already asked most of the questions that I have. Do you have anything else that you want to share with our community?
Now we're just gonna close this deal in a couple of days. And if you think you need to try, just go to app.academy.com. You can try the free version, and then you can make a decision. Then go watch the videos in YouTube for Academy. Then take a decision. Buy only if you think you need to buy. You need to have a choice. You need to have an interest on this. Join our community. We have amazing bunch of team discussing about our problems and ideas. And yeah, see you soon at the other side, where if you need any support, I'm available on the website chat. Feel free to drop a note to me, and happy to come and assist you there.
Right, awesome, right? So, but before we end off, could we just take some questions from the community? Right, so we've got let me just bring up some questions. So we got a question here. When is version 2 coming out? Guys, Tom, right? I'm very I'm very sensitive to this word right now. Right. But is there a new version? I mean, I'm not sure if he's kidding around or whatever, but is there a new version like is or this you're just improving on what you currently have?
Version 2 is already out. If you go to our portal, you can see it is already in version 2. So I'm saved. Number one. Number two is it will continue to improve. It will only continue to improve. This is definitely going to continue.
Awesome, right? So, we've got some questions. I think these are some a little bit important to kind of cover. The first one is for one code, 500 users. Is that the total number across all academies, or is that just for a particular academy itself?
The credits that you're seeing on the Appsumo is the total for your account. The core difference here is you have the flexibility of assigning how many credits you want for individual academies. Let's say if I have 1,000 users and I have two academies, I can allocate 200 users to one academy and I can allocate 800 users to another academy. So this flexibility is already there. The storage and the team member, everything can be allocated based on your interest. Like Henry mentioned, this is very much flexible for you to decide for which client how much you want to charge for 100 users or 200 users. Number one. Number two is, if you think the number of users is very limited, what you can do is you can get 10 codes. 10 codes can give you 8,000 users in 16 academies. Keep only one academy, convert that 15 academies to users, where one academy is equal to 500 users. So 15 academies will give you 7,500 users. For 10 code, you will be getting 8,000 plus 7,500 users, which is 15,500 users, one academy. So you can even transfer. You have flexibility of transferring the academies to user credits if required. So that is also something.
I see. So what? How much is one academy?
One academy is equal to 500 users.
Oh, I see. So actually, when you get like two academies, then we are talking about additional 500 users if we are going to just use that on one single academy.
So yeah, so you have the flexibility. We have guys who bought 30 codes and converted 29 completely because they want more users. They only need one academy. So if you think, if you think that is the case in your case, then you can convert. Like when you buy 30 code, you're actually going to get more than close to around 50 academies. You keep only one. The rest all can be converted to, then you will get easily around 20 to 25,000 users. So on total, you'll get around 50,000 users when you get 30. So I think it's all your numbers. You can go calculate the numbers and see.
Yeah, I mean, I even heard of some people who texted me and privately, and then they said, I'm thinking about getting a Cattle 30 codes. I'm like, that's a lot that you're getting. Right?
We have one guy who got 110 codes. And
wow.
We have a couple of more guys who.
But 30 is the max stacking, right? So I guess they are getting multiple accounts.
It is under the same account, right? So I've evaluated them. They're already running business. They already have, and the few people they already sold their recurring licenses recurring. There is a one guy who got good number of codes and he started making recurring revenue, and he'll easily cross his ROI within the next 5 to 6 months. So I'm happy. If he's making money, I'm like, why should I be not happy? I'm like happy. So,
yeah. Awesome, right? I mean, some of these people are superstars that they're and they're very quiet.
Hidden gems, man. You have no idea.
Yeah.
There's hidden gems, a way that they are thinking about how to sell academy. My goodness. It's like, wow. I should learn something from you.
Yeah. Right. So we got a question here, right? Especially because you are also based in India, right? So especially Indians, give important to Razor Pay payment gateway. So any update for this?
I already have taken Razor Pay, so I have an account with Razor Pay now. Now I should go back and implement it. Just that we are finishing our Appsumo of pressure, closing all the pressure that we have of customer support and all that. So we will definitely have Razor Pay. So I think Razor Pay is also something very important. So we'll definitely bring Razor Pay, cash free, all good, payment gateways which is going to help you.
Awesome. Right. So that will only be implemented after Appsumo, the Appsumo
Appsumo is
deal?
going to close this week. This is the last week. I mean, it's
Yeah.
right now I'm focusing on the GDPR part. So this week I want to focus on the GDPR and see how we can close the GDPR part quickly. There are many features that we have to bring, like flexibility for the student to delete the data, the admin to delete and disable the data access, etc., etc. So working on the GDPR part now, and we are trying to finish the GDPR by the end of this week. So just pushing the rest of the items somewhere. So all this will come in pipeline.
Yeah, so whoever was asking about Razor Pay, right? It seems like it's going to come to Acado very soon, right? So if you are selling to the India market, Razor Pay will be coming to Acado, right? So we got a few other questions here. I'm not sure if you want to answer them because we kind of discussed about it earlier. So Harsh from YouTube, right? He's on our YouTube right now. He asked, "What is your USP when compared to Teachable or Thinkific? And if you scale, will you sustain the? How will you How come? How will because I think his English is not very good. Let me just kind of interpret his question, right? How will LTD sustain the company as many companies like Teachable charge on monthly payment?"
It's a generic question for every LTD
Yeah.
does, right? And there's
Yes.
an important answer that I should make. One, beyond there is one interesting fact about LTD from my experience of being in this community from some time. Not all the LTDs use your application for so long. There is only very minimal percentage of people who use your LTD. They're from the starting itself, right? So they don't really have to. So let's say if 100 people bought from you, 100 people are not going to use it. Maximum is going to be like
Yeah.
10 to 20 or 30 percentage maximum. Rest
Yeah.
of the people are going to keep it for the future. Like for example,
Yeah.
there are a couple of good investments that I have in the LTD where that time it was not useful. Right now it is very useful for me and I cannot live without it, right? Because
Yeah.
eventually part of my thing. And by the time you have 1 or 2 years to reach at the scale where you can easily manage that number of scale that you had. So as a founder, it's your responsibility to make sure that within 1 or 2 years you should scale, you should have more revenue coming in, so you should be able to also manage your LTD customers, and that's my responsibility. I'm okay to take it because I'm already taking it. I have recurring customers, I have revenue that is coming in, so we will be able to. Number one. Number two, the first 1 year itself, I don't think anybody will come and use your application continuously, and this is an important point for any founders who is planning to launch, because we don't really have to worry about the first year because not everyone is going to use it. But from second year or third year onwards, you have to make sure that your application is already scaled, you have money, and you have recurring customers, so that you should be able to manage the cost of the LTD promise, because they are the early investors. So you should have the cost of managing from the recurring customers itself to make sure that. So these are all any founders should keep in their mind. And this is, I mean, there's no answer why XYZ company broken after 1 year. It's all personal, right? And it's all his personal thing. Why he lost is his personal. Today, I was a call, I had a chat, and he asked me, "Are you sure that, will you be there after 6 months?" And I asked him, like, "Are you sure that will you be alive tomorrow?" So it's all contextual, man. I mean, there's no straightforward answer. But when we work, we should make sure that we work towards achieving this. We work towards making sure that I have recurring customers and revenue to manage even my LTD customers. That's it. So it's part of
Yeah.
our choice. It's a choice was already taken, and that's the reason we are here in the
Yeah.
LTD.
I think you have very good experience. This is actually your first LT. This is actually your first SaaS that you're running LTD for, right?
Yeah. But I've already have experience working with a couple of other founders in the LTD,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
launching and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that you have a very good grasp of what to expect, right? I think that's amazing. And in Harsh, right? In case you don't you didn't catch the first part of the interview, Nizam actually runs a SaaS that is already profit making. And I mean, I can't guarantee anything, but I would say people like Nizam, or like Michael from Frill that I interviewed last week. You guys are very experienced business owners, and you didn't come to the LTD community hoping for a miracle, right? You know what you want, and that and what you're going to do right after this, after running all these LTDs, right, raising the money, getting the users, you know what to do with them. And I'm pretty sure that Acado is definitely going to be a sustainable and I would say successful in your target market, at least. Yeah. So I guess there's another question here. Probably this will be the last one that I'll just take, right? Assuming that I take tier one plan and if I scale after 6 months and tier one plan is not sufficient, can I choose for tier two plan as LTD will not be available then? So what he's trying to say is that if I buy like maybe just one code, right? If I just buy one code and after your LTD ends, because we only have 8 days left with your deal, what is going to happen after your LTD ends? Like, am I able to pay for a recurring plan so that I can add more limits to my deal?
Yeah. After LTD, there's no LTD. I mean, once the LTD is over, there's no, just like what you expect from the founders to do, even we expect our users to do something, right? I mean,
Yeah.
once we are done with LTD, let's not talk about LTD. I think you should let your founders to focus on their MRR so that they can continue to serve you after 1 year, 2 years also. The same point that I was talking to you before. Then only they can make sure that their cloud payment is done, your server payment is done, the resource payment is done. So what we will be happening is you will have add-ons. So we have something called add-ons. So you will get 100 users for $10, but LTD users will get it for a 50% discount. So we'll come with add-ons and we'll make sure that you get discounts, 50% discounts on all the add-ons that we bring on a recurring basis. It is going to be recurring and not going to be on an LTD again. So that's the plan we have. So and once the LTD is over, LTD is over. That's it.
Okay, so Harsh, I think you got your answer, right? Basically, the add-ons is going to be, will all add-ons be at half off?
The normal price.
Right, half off the normal price, right? So Harsh, I believe you got your answer there, and I think that's all. We're going to wrap up, right? So Harsh, if you missed the first part of the video of the interview, no worries, right? Because it's going to be uploaded to YouTube, and you can catch it later. And Nizam, thanks so much for your time. I had a great time speaking with you, and I would love for you to come back. When once your LTD ends, you are achieving a lot more. We'd love for you to come back and share with us your experience.
Absolutely. Right? Happy to continue this conversation and happy to discuss about problems and discuss about generic things. And I'm very, very happy. And if someone needs some help in if anything which I can help, I'm very happy to help. I'm available on Facebook. I'm available in Henry's group. So ping me and I can try my best to help you guys. Yeah, thank you so much.
Right. Thanks, Nizam, right, for wanting to contribute back to the community as well, right? And that's all for us, right? And I'll see you in the next. Hey everyone, right? Thanks for being here today on Decisive Learnings, right? So I'm Henry Ho, and I'm an entrepreneur, digital marketer, and most importantly, a software enthusiast. Okay, so with Decisive Learnings, okay, what is a little bit different from Decisive Talks that we have with Decisive Talks? Okay, we are usually interviewing founders, and over here at Decisive Learnings is this different series of events that I will put out. And Decisive Learnings is for us to actually listen from the founder as they demo their product to us, as they share the use cases to us, and we are our biggest focus is actually on the product itself, right? So and today with our very first episode of Decisive Learnings, today I have Sanskar. Okay, Sanskar here, he's the founder of Send Simple. Okay, it's a personalized personalized email tool that you can actually make use of from Google Sheets to actually send out emails via I think it's you can use Amazon SES and other different SMTP to send out these emails just through your Google Sheets itself, right? So let me just bring on Sanskar so that he can share with us what's going on, right? Sanskar, you there?
Yes.
All right. So Sanskar, tell us a little bit about Send Simple. You know why? I mean, why did you think of actually making use of Google Sheets to send out cold emails? You know, why would you have thought of an idea like that?
So it all started because of me being a content creator myself. So before, like, developing softwares like on for myself, I was like working in a company, and I was doing a lot of YouTube content. So I have a YouTube channel with more than 18,000 subscribers. So one of the things as a content creator, I believe, is the reliability which we have to depend on different platforms. So you put out a content today, and it may got a really good amount of reach and all, but next day you will put out, it may not have. There is no reliability on how it will work. So at that particular moment of time, when I heard about emails, that you should collect emails and all, I realized that it is important to have your own email list and stuff like that. So I started doing that. So I have this blog as well, like through which I offer a free course through which I collect emails. So that's all for like app development, which I teach on online. So it has more than, I guess, 4,000 around email leads which I have. Now the biggest thing was, like, I was not selling any course, I was not kind of making money out of it, at least that till now I haven't done anything of that. So spending on tools like ConvertKit or any of those email marketing softwares for a 4,000 list is a big amount, right? Or even on, and that was also on a monthly basis, without being reliable on are you going to send on a daily basis or monthly basis or not. It's just because you have a list of that big, you have to pay for it. So that particular moment of time, what I realized is there should be a tool which should be affordable, which can whole process affordable, because I don't personally need a lot of automations. At least in the start, we majorly want to just broadcast. We have some content, we want to make sure we reach the audience which we have, and that was the whole reason. So when I heard about Amazon SES, I was really excited about it. How the pricing is very good of that, and the whole part, when I see some tools coming to the market with Amazon SES, I realize that it can be a really good application as well. So I have personally been working on like this Google platform for a while. So when I saw that, with Google Sheet, we can do some sort of things with that. So that's when I realized to, compile that Amazon SES affordability with the simplicity of the Google Sheets. So that was the whole reason, that because I have actually personally tried with building a whole separate web application, but it becomes another like kind of problem, that you need to first learn the platform. While in the case of Google Sheet, people already know how to use it. People already know how to kind of apply some functions to sort the rows, how you want to see, how many you want to see, and according to that you can send use the email marketing platform above it. So with SendSimple, you can now use Amazon SES, you can use SendGrid, and you can add any SMTP you like. Additionally, you can also use a Gmail account and G Suite account. So this was the more like the starting point of like how it started, because initially, if you have seen the plan, it was unlimited. Right now the limit was like to 60,000. That was basically when I realized that a lot of people have this requirement of sending cold emails, right? And if I'm allowing cold emails, I don't want that to be people to do like spam and stuff, because I have to like literally monitor every person, like how they are doing it. That is not something which we can do, at least for now. So that's why I hinted the limit for now. But we are like adding that back. We will be adding the plan back again for the unlimited. But we have a also focus on cold emails now. So recently we added a follow-up feature. So once you set up the first broadcast, you can set it up that after a few days you want to add a reply to that. If and after a few days you want to add another email to that. So there are a lot of different combination of features for content creators to reach their audience and for cold email marketing as well.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for sharing with us. I like that. You are saying that we want to save money, right? So that's actually what we all of us are doing. That's why we are in this community, right? So I think your tool
Yeah,
is amazing for people like us. Right. So
yeah,
I don't want to take up the time, because this webinar is not about me. It's about Send Simple, right? It's about your tool.
yeah.
So Senska, do you want to share your screen, and then I'll just
Sure,
let you take over, right?
sure.
All right. So there we go, right? Okay. So Senska, I'll leave you to share about Send Simple with our community, and
Yeah,
I will jump back in if when there's any questions that I come across that I want to bring up as well, right? All right. So I'll
sure.
hand it over to you, Senska, right? You are the star of the show today.
Okay. So first of all, thanks for having me, and everyone. Hello. So let's start by the simple introduction of how the application works. So Send Simple is basically a Google Sheet add-on. So you don't have to kind of use a different web app overall. You can just install the add-on and use it through your Google Sheet. So I'm going to do that just now. I'm going to open Send Simple application through that. So this is how it will look, and let me just show you a quick walkthrough of how we can do all the stuff. So I said about two things. The first is about how, as a content creator, we can reach our audience for a very affordable cost. Second, I talk about cold email marketing. So let's start with the first one, which is, as a content creator, how we can reach our audience affordably. So for that, as I said, like you can use Amazon SES, and there are a lot of different options available. So what we have done is we have added option that you can choose an Amazon SES account, right? You can add a SendGrid account, or you can add any SMTP. So there are a lot of different services, especially like which are offering a very good limit. So they are not limited by the like the amount of subscribers you add. Rather, they are limited by the amount of emails you send. So that those are the platform which you can use. There are platforms like Mailgun, there is MailerSend, a lot of them which have a really good free limit as well. So you can use any of those SMTP, add it here, and then you can just come to this platform. So overall, I'm not sure how complex it looks like, but the whole purpose of Send Simple is to make this simple as possible. So we, as you can see, the first thing is the email template. So email template is basically the email which you are going to send. So you can actually create an email and keep it saved, so that if you want to use it later on in the next campaign, you can do that as well. So that is why it's more of a template based rather than just write it down and send it. So you can have a whole templated kind of list, so that you can later on send the same as well. You don't have to write the same thing again and again. So how do we create an email is basically you will come over here, click on subject, and enter any subject. So I'll say hello, and we can add personalized content over here. So in my Google Sheet, I think it's visible that we have this name column with these different names for each and every single row, right? So what we can do is we can just use these brackets and then type the header. So header is the first row, the like the name, whatever the header you have. So I hope this is clear. The header is like the first row, whatever it is written. So I'll say name. So this will be replaced for each and every individual row with the value it have. So for the second row content, when we will send the email to the second one, it will be replaced by silver. For third, respectively, it will happen. And we can write something more like hello, how are you, or like whatever you are reaching out to. For example, maybe you have a new content which you have released, so you can say check this out. So that is more on you. You can write as you want. And this is where you will write the email body. In the email body, of course, we have simple options like making text bold, italic, underline, arranging that here and there. We also have HTML options. So if you want to import some sort of HTML template, so I'm just going to write something very simple HTML. So I can just show. So you can write it like you can paste your HTML templates over here, and then you can click on this again, and it will show you that particular thing in this place. Or you can just write it directly over here. It will work just fine. So I'm going to say hello, and then we can maybe use the name and say, I just posted some YouTube video. Maybe let me just check if my so this is basically my YouTube channel. So maybe I posted a video and I wanted to somehow reach out to my audience and share them that I have this new video, and you can go ahead and check it out. So I can say I just posted this. You can directly, so here's how the link will work. If you will directly post the link, if you are sending that to Gmail, it will automatically convert that to a link. So I don't have to actually do that. But for example, if you have something like click here, then you can just click on that and paste link like that. So nothing too complex. It's a basic editor for writing emails. As part, you can use personalize directly from here. You don't have to kind of write it as well. The other thing which we have is this pre-header option. So pre-header is more focused towards cold email marketing, because we are very focused on how much open rate we get. Of course, like it is important for even if you are sharing that with a large audience as well. So what pre-header does is if you open up your email application on your description with each email, right? So now that this actually comes from the first line of your actual email body. In a lot of different cases, if you are using like HTML body and all, they have this view in browser, some sort of things like that. So you will see a lot of times all these descriptions are actually view in browser, or things which are not exactly clear what they are trying to say, or it may be just hi. So that is not making the person more interested in the email. That's just filler content. So we don't want that. If you want to make it something to clear more stuff, right? You don't have enough space on your subject. You want to clear something more so that he or she will be more interested in opening the email. So in that case, you can write a pre-header for that. So I'm just going to write something like pre-header to this texting email. I'll show you how it looks like. So this is there. I'm going to click on save template. And once I will save the template, it should automatically be selected. So as you can see, it's selected. Over here, you can see send email via. So initially, you will get two options. The first is the Gmail, which you are using, and aliases. So if you have any Gmail aliases which you have added to your Gmail, they will be automatically visible over here. So you can select them and send email through that particular email. We can also select from which row to which row we want to send emails. Just make sure I'm visible. Yeah. So you can also mention from which row to which row you want to send the emails. I just want to make sure what other points. If you have any, okay. So yeah, where were we? So I was saying you can send from rows to row, and then you also have this scheduling option. So of course, if you are sending an email, you don't always will be sending at the same time. This happens with me a lot. So my time is like of Indian IST time, and like the whole customer base which I have of different products is of like majorly US, right? So I don't usually send the instant emails. I will have to schedule them. So that is what you can do. You can schedule for the time. You can just select the date, and you can select the time accordingly. So I'm just going to select something like maybe 5 minutes from now. Okay, then the name will be automatically picked up. The email is this is the reply to email. So if you want to change that, you can just enter any other email which will get all the replies. You also have this BCC option. So if you want to add BCC emails, you can do that. It will just work how it works on Gmail. You just enter the email, comma, other email, comma. So just like that. Similarly for CC as well. I'm not going to add that, but if you like, you can add. Then we have this email column. So this is basically just confirmation. You don't have to change anything here. Now, So if you're just trying to reach out to your audience as a content creator, you can just do it. That like I did explain everything, but you don't actually have to edit most of this. You just create an email, right? You choose the time and just click on preview email and click on send. I'm just going to mention just 4, which is like the end, but it will automatically populate major of the time. Um, and you don't have to do anything. Just write the email, select the time, and send. That's all. So I'm going to click on schedule 3 emails. You can also send a test email to yourself first if you just want to make sure everything is working fine. I'm going to click on schedule 3 emails, and it's scheduled. So you can see this is scheduled, and this is like how the report will look like. So once you have sent a broadcast, you can actually go through each and every broadcast and see what were the percentage of people who opened up the email. You can even see that on a personal level, that this person opened the email, this person did not open the email, and so on and so forth. So that's about the broadcast. Now let's talk about the auto follow-up feature. How does that work? So I have sent an email. Now let's talk in the perspective of a cold email outreach. So I send a something to, I don't know, local businesses. Let's say I'm pitching them on something, a service which I offer. It's a marketing service which I offer. I talked about them in the first liner, right? I mean, I have been going through a lot of cold email stuff, so I hope you understand. Like usually, how the cold emails will work is you have first liner, which is like a customizable, which you write for them only, and then you have the whole same thing for everyone. So you wrote that, you added the personalized template, same how we did before, and you send that. Now there are chances he or she will either open the email or not, right? So if there is no reply, you wanted to like kind of connect with them, you wanted to send a reply just to make sure they see that email or not. So you can add this with just a single click. You will be able to set up an auto follow-up. It will auto like kind of select the time according to your today's date. So for example, it's 9, you can select it to 11. Let's say I just want to send it after 2 days, so I can do, and it will work on no reply. So if the email is sent and the person has not replied, then only this will work. Otherwise, if the person has replied, then it does not make sense to follow up. It's better if you will kind of personally do that, not like automation. So you can select the time, you can select the date when this will be sent. Now there are 2 options. You can either send a reply or you can send a new email. So reply is better if you want the previous context. So if you don't want to explain all of the stuff in a new email, it's better to just add a reply. But if you have sent, let's say I scheduled 2 automatic follow-up, it's enough. You can do 3, 4 as well. But basically, if you have done 2 follow-up to a single email, it's better to send a new email. So what you can do then is you can select a new, you can write a new template and select it from here. And you can do the same with total of 8 follow-ups. Now you can do these 8 follow-ups in however arrangement you want. If you want these follow-ups to be all replies, you can do that. If you want all of these follow-ups to be a new email, you can do that. If you want these follow-up to be combination of replies and new emails, you can do that as well. Now, talking about the perspective of content creator, how will this be helpful? Like the follow-up feature is, let's say you have built a list and you have a course, like a free course or something, which you want to like send on a day basis. You will receive one today, you will receive the next day after, and so on and so forth. So this can be utilized for that as well. Of course, it's just a tech that you can auto follow up. Now, how you want to use it on your business, it's on you. There is not exactly any like kind of limitations on that. It's quite open how you want to use it. Of course, if you have any other ideas, you can share, and if you have any question, you can comment. Looks fine on my end, but okay, so I am watching a comment. So if you have any questions or something, you can comment. Other than that, if we talk about the features, it's not too complex. That's the whole priority which we have. It's very simple. You add your email account you want to send email from. You have your emails added over here, and you just send them. Now, adding emails to Google Sheet is something most of the people like. If you see how people do cold email outreach, they will like kind of add all this emails in this particular Google Sheet, then export it from here, and then add to whatever email marketing they are using. So Google Sheet is already something which has been part of the like the use case. So it's very easy if you are just building, if you have an email platform just above it, you can just open up the Google Sheet, which you are going to do anyways. I have already made a few few videos about how we can collect leads on Google Sheets and all, but it's not exactly about Google Sheet when you are collecting the leads. There are a lot of videos, but however you collect your leads, emails, whether it is like content creator or whether it is for cold emails, we have like both thing covers. As a content creator, you can reach out to your audience for very affordable cost, and as a cold email outreach, you can reach out to people. Your email will go on inbox because we have all the options of using Gmail account. You can use G Suite account. You can make sure that your emails are going to go on inbox, and you also have auto follow up, so you can make sure you are going, because as there is a saying, money is in the follow-ups. So missing the follow-up is not a very good thing. It's better to just at least set a very simple thing. As you can see, this is not something I wrote. It was already there, so you don't have to write these. You can just click two buttons and you have auto follow-up ready. So at least add that, so that you have a more chances of getting a reply. So yeah, that is major of the platform. If you have any questions, please let me know in the comments. Let me see. Anything more? Video is not clear.
Okay, thanks for sharing about the Send Simple, right? Could you share with me? Let's say because
Yeah,
you're sharing that we can save money because you are collecting emails, right? You're sending emails out, right? And you're saying that hey, maybe you want to be using ConvertKit, right? Because you got to pay a lot of money for that. Okay, and maybe we get something like SendFox, and then you'll have its own
yeah,
branding. We don't want tools like that, right? So could you share with us, let's say if we want to be using Send Simple just for, let's say, newsletter,
yeah.
and like a welcome email, and then some
Mhm.
newsletters, right? And whenever people opt in, right? So into our email list, it goes into the Google Sheet, and then how do we get it automatically being sent out whenever there's a new role in the Google Sheet?
Yeah, so this has been a requested feature, and we have started actually working on this, but it is not yet live. The feature to whenever a new row is added, send an email. So that is something which we are working on. But as for the newsletter, newsletter is not exactly like a person will join and send. So it's more of like, as I explained before, you just create a template, choose the time, preview the email, and send. So I think the process is very simple enough if you're using it for newsletter. And as a content creator, like I have myself done this. So as you're comparing it with ConvertKit, SendFox, and all these platforms, starting with ConvertKit, you have a limitation of subscribers. So they have a very good free tier as well. Like they have around, I think, 1,000 subscribers for free tier. But if you are crossing that, then like it's not very. Then you have to like, even if you don't use the automation, you have to pay a price, and you have to be very fixed with the monthly um, cost. Even though you might not be using that, and it can increase a lot. It's not with the increase in the subscribers. While in this case, because it's more of like how many emails you send, there are a lot of different platforms which offer very good pricing when it comes to sending emails. One of them, the best, is like Amazon SES. It can literally be like 60,000 emails per month for literally, I think they have a free tier for that, and then you can they also have a very low cost for like $10 for 100,000, or I guess, yeah, the cost is very low overall. So that is one benefit. If we compare over like using ConvertKit, or maybe Mailchimp is also there, right? So if we compare it with them, if we compare it with SendFox, I personally have like kind of used it. I was at one time was getting their like premium plan, like kind of plan as well. Like, but one thing which I realize is, of course, the branding part is there, which is not something which I would like to have in my emails. Um, I also used their kind of this, where we write the email template. So since I have been a user of ConvertKit, it feels good. Like when you write an email, it looks good. And if you have written emails on ConvertKit, and that is something which I wanted to be with Send Simple as well. If you're writing an email, it should not be like it should look good. It should be you should be able to customize it according to your personal needs. So that is something which I found missing. Like when I made a email, to me personally, the MailChimp, I have used MailChimp as well, and my mail was like literally one, like two-third of the mail was filled with the MailChimp footer, which they have the addresses and all, but they kind of make it too long and stuff like that. So MailChimp was like, I have like a lot of subscribers there, but I don't send a lot of emails. It's just because I have subscribers, that's why. But MailChimp is not something which I personally liked because of that footer and stuff, things, how the email looks like. ConvertKit is something which I have used a lot, and with multiple offers. So ConvertKit is something which I like. But the biggest thing, as I said, is if you scale above 1,000, you have to get a premium plan, even if you're using automation or not, even if you just do the broadcast. Okay, so we have a question. License is tied to one Google account. Can it be easily changed to another Google account? Okay, it is like right now it is more of like what's the exact reason for the change, because I don't want this to be more of like a resale, because resale is like it's not bad, but basically overall resale can affect the later on when we are trying to sell the subscription plans and people are there to resell. So that's why the whole reason is we will be easily, you can easily change that. Just send a mail and we will change that. There should be a valid reason, that's all. And there is another question: can I remove and add Gmail accounts and use as required? So if you go right now to this account section, you have Amazon SES, you have SMTP, you have SendGrid as well. So you can actually use another Google account with the SMTP. It's not actually, right now we are not stopping to use that. You can actually add as many accounts even with Gmail is if you want. But I have heard like with SMTP, using Gmail with SMTP, your like going to inbox might affect. So if that's not an issue, then you can of course add as many Gmail and you can send from those emails. So yeah, we don't have any limits for now for how many accounts you can add. So you can add multiple accounts and can send through that. Any other question? Also, like I hope you all get your answers. Can you please just verify if the answer was clear enough, or should I explain it further?
So since the license is tied to one Google account, right? But can we
Yeah.
send out
Hmm.
as different emails?
Yes, so we have email aliases option. So if you have added any email alias to your Gmail, it will automatically be visible over here. So I have added this email to as an email alias in my settings in Gmail. So that's why it's visible over here. Now, if you want to send from another Gmail totally, then you can add it through SMTP as well. That will work.
Okay, and with the
Yeah,
SMTP, I can actually pretty much use it for from any SMTP that I have, right? I could use my
correct.
web hosting email
Right.
SMTP. I
Yeah,
can use a let's say an email hosting plan, and I use the
right.
SMTP, or I could use SendGrid, Amazon SES, anything, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay, right. In case those who are live right here with us, okay,
Mhm.
you can actually make use of, I think, Mailer Send, right? They give you about
Right.
12,000 emails for free a month,
Right.
and if you actually bought the Send in Blue, uh, you actually bought the Send in Blue lifetime deal from Appsumo, you can actually make use of their SMTP as well. They give you
Yeah.
10,000 emails per month, right? Are we
Right. Right.
able to chain or stack these SMTPs? Is there any way that we can do that?
Stacking, yes. I mean, like it's basically account based. I mean, I'm calling it an account. So you can add as many accounts kind of you want. So you can add multiple SMTPs. There is no limit on that, right?
But can we stack, or can we chain them, like let's say if I only have
Mhm.
the Miller Send plan, 12,000 emails, right? And then
Yeah.
and what happens if let's say I were to send out and I'm finished using the mailer send free emails that I get for the month, can I then
Yeah.
put in my send in blue to continue to send from there? Right? Let's say I were to send out 15,000 emails, right? And then 12,000 from the mailer send is not enough. Can it then later on make use of the send in blue? Is there any features like that?
For that, you can use this feature of rows, how many rows you want to send. So I realized, that I have around, let's say I have 11,000 limit left. So what I will do is I will mention this to be around 11,000 over here. Okay, I did. Yeah. So I will say 11,000. So basically, I will have a list of that many people, and I'll say 11,000. So it will first send email to those 11,000 people only. You can, it can be a scheduled email, it can be anything. It can be an email with auto follow-ups, but overall, it's an email with which is going to send a total of 11,000 people. And that, over there, you have selected send via to your mailer send account. Now, when you have scheduled that, then you can come back and then you can select your another account and continue from there. So, for example, I want to send from 11,001 to whatever the limit you have, like how many emails you have.
Okay. So and then what happens is let's say I will click on broadcast, right, and then I will create an email and send it out to them, right? Okay, but there's no
Broadcast.
like autoresponder or anything like that. Is that it?
Autoresponder in the sense like when you,
That means I
how
could I
exactly?
could send out this email and then I have another scheduled email 3 days later after you receive the first one.
We do have that. Uh, these are the like auto follow-ups. So basically, how auto follow-up work is you will select a particular date. So it can be like after 2 days, it can be after 3 days, and a particular date. So you can either send a reply to the previous email. So this is the first email which we sent, and if I just want to add a reply, I can see choose this particular option of send a text above original. So it will just add a reply that just wanted to make sure you saw this. But let's say you want to send another email after that, then you can select an email from your list of email templates. And similarly, you can do up to 8 follow-ups.
I see. So uh it's like a sort of like a autoresponder, uh
Right.
or you can actually use it as a some sort of what do you call it, a drip campaign as well.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So we can so we
Mhm.
actually choose the email for every single one that we want to send, right? That
Every
means we
single
create the email and
campaign
then we
which you want
select
to
it
send.
over here.
Yeah, you can select a like email from this email exactly like you're asking for campaign or how?
What I'm trying to say is that, okay, because if so what I do is, let's say I get
Mhm.
12,000 emails from mailer send, then I just put
Yeah,
in send emails from this row to this row,
yeah,
right? Then
yeah,
whenever, then after that, let's say from the 12,000 onwards to 22,000, these people will all be sent via send in blue,
right.
right? And then but how do I make sure that, let's say I have let's say 12,000 emails right now, okay,
Okay.
then whenever I get a new subscriber into my Google Sheet,
Yeah,
then the they will be sent via the send in blue, like once they opt in, right, they will receive
yeah,
a automatic confirmation email, some sort, or a welcome email, right? How can we
right.
set that up?
So right now the automatic like the when a row added is not added, that feature is not added. That when a new row is added, then we can send a email. But you can direct send. Like for example, you have a list and you want to send an email out. So you can do that. We are actually working on that. New row added and then send a particular campaign. It should be implemented within 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, and I can use send simple on multiple Google Sheets.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I think that what the tool that you have here is actually pretty useful. Can I
Yeah.
find out when will you be actually adding the what do you call that? The new row added, and then new row added and then automatic email goes out.
It should be within 2 to 3 weeks. It should not take more than that. Yeah, it's like the maximum which limit which I'm saying. most probably it should be before that. Yeah. We are
Okay,
also like
awesome.
there was one question in the comments regarding that there is only no reply option with auto follow-ups. So we will be adding more to that as well. Like there are some reason like some conditions where you want to follow up when the person has not opened the link or something like that, right? And we might add one or two over there as well. So those are the features which we are currently working on. So send a new email when a new row is added, and the second feature is of adding more over here, that rather than just no reply, you can also have an option like no link click or something like that.
Okay. And then there is currently a deal that is live on Appsumo right now, right? It's called
Yeah.
Next Week, right? I'm sure you heard of that as well. Let's say
Which
if you
one?
want to add some image personalization into the email,
Yeah.
how can we do
Yeah.
that with let's say
I
maybe next
have.
week? Yeah.
Yeah. So if you are in the part of, if you are in their group, I have actually made a video with Send Simple app and posted it there. So I think it should be helpful. The whole video is there. Like it was a more of a setup, so I can do it right now, but I have to just go and create a lot of. So I think the video will be helpful if the people, any one of you, I think you will be in the group, right? In the next their group. So
Yeah.
I have actually already posted a video of how we can use that platform with Send Simple application to send personalized um, images and all. So I can let me see if I can have, I have kind of like deleted those templates because I was testing and stuff. So right now I don't have them. Will it be fine? Should I like find it, or will it be okay if we can watch that video?
It's up to you, right? It's up to you. If you want to share with us.
Okay. I think it will be helpful if I can just share the link of that. Why share the same thing? You know, it will take a little bit more time because I have to go to the account setup stuff. So let me just share that video quick. There you
Yeah,
go.
go ahead.
Send that link. Um, where can I comment this? Should I share it with you on Messenger? Can you comment or something?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I have sent you the link.
Okay, so this is the link here, right? Over to
Yeah.
the video that Senska has done. Also, I have actually done a video, right, on previously on this what is that, on this other deal live, right? That's also on Appsumo right now on the marketplace. It's called Diner Pictures, right, which is also an image personalization tool. I was
Okay.
wondering, which would we be able to integrate that with SendSimple as well?
I have not tried that. Can you spell it out? Dyna, DYNA, Diner
DYNA
Pictures. Okay.
PICTURES,
Yeah.
right?
I
Because
haven't tried it. I will. I have to like first try it out and then I'll
yeah,
share a video. Like I have a like Facebook community of people who are using Send Simple application. So I usually send all of that there. So people can join that group, or I'll share if you in your group as well if it's comfortable.
sure, no problem, right? Because some of the members here, right, some of our community members here, they have limited budget, right? Sometimes when we spend a little bit too much on LTDs. So
Correct.
with next week, right,
Yeah.
the credits are a little bit more limited, right? With Diner Pictures,
Yeah.
if you leave a blog post or review on them, a video review on them, they actually give you 20,000 images per month. So it could be a better, like a more, what do you call it, a more budget friendly tool for
Correct.
some of our members here, right? So they might want to check that out and
So I
use that
mean,
and simple.
is that like free or something? Because right now their pricing is like 476 on apps.
I'm not sure. Let me just take a look at it.
I mean, you can only review after you have bought it. So if you're buying it in the first place, it's like $476. I don't think next
Oh,
place
okay.
is
So
costing
it
that.
looks like that they have increased the price. They have increased the price majorly, right? So it's four hundred and
Yeah,
$76 right now. So that's
yeah,
I think that doesn't make sense anymore, right? But previously it was
correct.
a much affordable price. So I think some of our members got that as well, right? So just in case some of us wants to use Diner Pictures, then it'd be good that we can use that with
Sure.
Sensible as well, right? So
I will wait. Yeah.
yeah, is there any other questions that y'all have for Senska? Otherwise, I don't want to take up his time, and then we can wrap up this webinar here today. Anyone else have any questions? Right, I think we have one, right? Maybe missed, but please clarify the trigger options. No reply is the only one. Are you able to show us what are the different trigger options?
Yeah, actually, as I said, like we are already working on two things. The first is on row added, we will send a particular fixed email, or we will have campaign option. And second is this option in auto follow up, the condition of following up. So right now we have the only option of no reply. We will be adding things like no link click. So that is something which we will be working on. And if anyone have any other recommendation, we will be adding that as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think that no reply works for me.
Yeah,
But I think some
I
of them
mean
may
that's like
want to have a
yeah,
link click, right?
correct. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, let's take a look at any other questions, right? Auto follow up with relative days related to
Days
previous email
previous.
sending date. Right. That means the
Right
auto
now,
follow up is based is not actually
hmm,
scheduled on a specific date, but it's based on
yeah.
the time from the previous email. Is that possible right now with Send Simple?
I mean that's how exactly like initially I added that, but then I because what I realized is we already know the date, so I was directly showing the date so that they can be more sure of it. But if we will moving on to that particular option of when we add a row, then add a campaign to that, we will have to change this particular date to change of days. So for example, this 11/7/2021 will be something like 2 days after, something like that. So
Right.
we
So
will
that
be changing
yeah.
that. Yeah.
So that
Right now it was not required.
option will be added on later on, right? Is
Yeah.
that
Basically,
yeah,
yeah. Right now it was not required because basically when you're sending the email, you know when it's going to be sent, right? The first email. So you know when the second email should go. You know when the third email should go, right? But when we will add that on row added feature, in that case we will not know when exactly the first email is going to send. So then we will need this option that after this many days, the next email should go. So that is how we will have to update that. But yeah, we will update.
okay. And then when would that be added again? About 3 weeks from now, you're saying?
Yeah, most probably.
Okay. And then we have another questions here is for send a new email when a new row is added, we need relative dates for the follow-up emails, right? So I think that's pretty much the same
Yeah,
question
that,
here.
yeah,
Okay, I don't see any more other questions, right? So I'm going to wrap this up, right?
yeah.
Uh, Right. So I would say, Senska, thanks for being here, being on our webinar. We've got quite a few people live on the stream with us. I think you have done a great job. I mean, you've got a couple of apps right now that's on Appsumo, right? You've got Sensible right here that we are talking about, and then you've got Blur web app, right?
Yeah.
And then uh, what was the other one? The one that allows you to
Uh,
have multiple chat options.
add, yeah. It's called click to contact.
Yes, click to contact, right? So click two
Yeah.
is a number two, and then
Yeah.
contact, right? Yeah, I remember all your
Yeah.
deals here. Spend too much time on Appsumo, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
so Senska is a veteran, the SaaS creator, right? There's a lot of different tools here, and SenSimple really does look very simple. If you just want to send out some automated emails and broadcasts, and you don't want to mess around with a brand new web app that you have to deal with, right? It's just built into your Google Sheets, and I think that's a great idea. And if you are keen on Send Simple, right, the link is actually in the video, in the stream's description, right? Go ahead, click on that, and get Send Simple, right? Senska, thanks a lot for being here and sharing with us your tool, right? Maybe what we can do is, later on in your campaign, maybe once you release the new update, right, we can have you on back on the show, right? Let's talk again, right? Right.
Yeah,
If not,
sure.
that's all that I have for you. And let me just check if we are live. Hey everyone, thanks for being here. We see about 7 of you here, and we are live right now. Right, thanks for being here today on Decisive Marketer Talks. Right, I'm Henry Ho, and I'm an entrepreneur, digital marketer, and most importantly, a software enthusiast. Today, I have Mustafa Erkan Zerf, the founder of Rada. Right, it's a 6-in-1 social media in a box tool with social media scheduling, listening, inbox, link shortening, password and task manager features all built in one. I maybe some of you have already seen my video on Rada, right? And I'm I'm a Rada convert, and I've been using it with my Facebook group, and I'm actually using it on a daily basis so far. So I'm so excited to have Mustafa here, right, to share about his background, and we'll be also giving away some prizes. So Mustafa has actually prepared some prizes for us, and if you stay till the end, you may have a chance to win one, right? So hi, so we're seeing some comments coming in, so let me just bring up Mustafa here. All right, Mustafa, you're live right now.
Hello, Henry. Thank you for inviting us.
Yeah, so I can feel you're a little bit tense, right? So take it easy, right? So Mustafa, tell us about yourself. Where you're from, and how did you get into entrepreneurship, and what did you see or experience that made you decided to jump into the SaaS business to start Rada?
Okay, I'm Mustafa Ercan. I'm from Turkey, Istanbul. I'm 40 years old almost, and I have 20 plus experience in marketing industry, especially in digital marketing. And I'm coming from programming background actually, and I had my undergraduate in visual communication design at university. After that, we start a company called Pompa, which is working in digital marketing industry with a partner of mine. I spent my last 8 years over there as a manager, as a director of the digital marketing team. And right now we start to radar journey. Yeah, that's all what I can tell about myself.
Oh, awesome, right? How long have you been the entrepreneur?
It's hard to say exactly date, but I can say that like 7 months. Before that, I have business experience, but in different business model, not the startup, not the SaaS business. I can say that I only have 7 months experience. I'm very young about that.
I see. So with your other business experience, you are not actually a maybe a partner or a business owner yourself?
At Radar, I'm the only founder, but I have really incredible team, and we are working like all of them the partner of the company. We take all decisions together. We always discuss about the issues, and that is why I don't feel like I'm alone. I'm just only founder, but it's just a title for me.
I see. So we'll talk a little bit more about your team, which I'm really excited to hear about. But could you share with us, where you think Radar stands out from your competitors? And since
Yeah.
you are a much younger company, compared to other social media tools out there, how do you think you can compete in this niche?
Yeah. Uh, Actually, a lot of people asking about this. How you will compete with? It's a huge market. There's a 100 competitors right now. It's hard to answer these questions. There is no easy way to answer these questions. But we start to develop Radar because we at the working as a digital agency. We tried out our competitors and we like some of their features, but we feel we feel something is missing because we were using them, but we were also using several other tools like Trello, Bitly, and other things. And we feel that there is no one tool solving all basic problems. And this start to get us a little bit frustrated about these tools. And we talk with our development team, and we said that maybe we can start to develop our own tool, and we start to develop it at the beginning just for us. And we saw that this is solving problems. This is making the work easier. And then we said that if we needed this, maybe other people also needed this. That is how the Radar born. In short, to answer your question, our we really think about to bringing all features to Radar, the micro features and major features to Radar, which a social media marketer needs in their daily life. This is the one differences. And second differences is the pricing model is so frustrating with our competitors because you have some needs right now, and 1 month later your needs goes increase. But at that case, you need to switch the bigger plan with paying a lot of money.
Yes.
Yeah, and we thought we can solve this problem. I'm only talking about our monthly subscription model because I know a lot of people here coming from a lifetime deal community. But for our pricing model, you don't have to upgrade your subscription plan. You can customize your subscription plan according to your needs, and you can only pay just additional fees what you need. And this feel safe. I hope, I think. This is the second differences. And third differences, we really think about and we really work out hard about to make it smooth experience. When you signing up, it's very easy to Radar. You are just giving your name, email, and password. That's all. And after that onboarding process and in-app warnings, we are always trying to make it a very smooth experience. That is why we based our differences from other competitors. Yes.
Yeah. I mean I just recently started to move some of my stuff over to Rada, and I'm starting to see myself using it a little bit more than I thought I would, because it's really convenient, right? I think that's where you kind of really stands out, in my opinion. But where do you see, in the future of Rada? I have people asking, about any roadmap and feature waiting now, and what excites you the most as well, where Rada is actually heading.
Okay, it's again a little bit hard question. We have roadmap. We always share on Appsumo deal page, and also you can find in the dashboard. Also you can find in the our website. We use Freel. It's really cool tool. Again, I really like them. I want to meet their founder. We use Freel, and we got a lot of suggestion and really cool suggestions. And right now we mostly focused on making perfect social inbox feature, social monitoring feature, and scheduler feature right now. And at the end of the year, we will only focus on the analytics feature. Right now, as I mentioned, we focused on the inbox monitoring and scheduler, and we got a lot of suggestions about more integration, and we are trying to do that. And also, we have, for example, this week our team is working on Crello and Canva integration, and I hope they will bring very soon. I'm waiting to hear from them. And also we are trying to always make it experience more easy, trying to fix the bugs, things like that. After that, yeah, we have a lot of things in our roadmap. You can check it out. In the future, I think in the near future, Radar will be go like Zapier of the social media platforms. You will connect a lot of integration, and you will put some automations, something like that. We will drive a little bit in that direction for a while, but I hope in the long term, Radar will turn into a complete digital marketing management platform. What I mean, you will have a social CRM inside the Radar. You will have a feature like managing your products and just sending the links to your audience, and they can easily check out via Radar. And some chatbots journey, you will able to create some chatbot journeys. Yeah, but all these are in long term. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Right. I'm just going to quickly show the your roadmap over here, just in
Please,
case
sure.
people are missing it. Okay. Let me just
Did you find it?
Yes.
You find it.
Right.
Cool.
So here it is, right? So we have Google My Business integration coming up, Canva, Trello, right? Instagram direct messages coming in, Cloud Drives integration as well.
Yeah,
Right.
actually, I think 2 or 3 days ago, we got our approval from Google for Google My Business integration. And right now, our backend developer working on it. But for the Instagram direct messages, unfortunately, we were waiting our approval like 20 days, and Facebook it's very slow at these issues. I'm not sure about the Instagram direct messages right now. We are just waiting our approval.
Yeah. So we have a someone in the chat. He's asking, is there any ETA on the Google My Business integration? Do you have any?
Yeah, we are trying to bring to Google My Business integration, but what is the ETA? I'm not sure what is ETA.
Okay, no problem. Right. So we've seen some stuff over here. We've got the integrately webhooks, Unsplash. I think we've got a lot of stuff that's actually coming. With Radar. So I'm pretty excited to see more of all these features being implemented. So let's talk about I looked up Radar, right, and it seems like you guys raise funds, right? You guys raise funds
Yeah.
from two different founders, from two different investors for $115,000, and you currently have 11-man team, 11 people in your team.
Yeah.
It seems like your company is very stable and have a promising feature, right? Someone even said very promising tool, right? Could you share a little bit more about your team? Currently how many developers, customer support, or designers that you have? How are they like, and do they keep you motivated to want to help you create the vision of Radar that you have? Any fun activities or company culture Radar has that helps your team to bond? It really helps us to learn a little bit more about your management style, right?
Okay. Yeah, we got our seed investment from two Turkish VC, Tarven Ventures and Tech One VC. And after that point, we decided to fully focus on Radar. Without them, we couldn't make it. And we got our seed investment like 7 months ago. We are happy with that. They are helping a lot of to us. We are really happy with that. Right now, our team is like, yes, as you mentioned, 11 people. We have two front-end developers, one back-end developer, one business development and sales guys, directors, two marketers, two digital marketing girls, and myself, and one support team guy, and one accounting and some paperworks. Yeah. We trying to go like agile. We try to settle down to agile methodology, and we start with we run the sprint weekly. We make our sprint beginning meetings in the Monday, and in the week we make daily meetings. Because of the COVID, we are right now working as a fully remotely, and in the Friday we make retrospective meeting. We called it "Work is Never Over," the name of the meeting, and I'm trying to be very transparent to my team. For example, right now, all of my team knows how many money company has right now, and how we have our runway left right now. and we always trying to discuss all issues together, and we always take decisions together. Um, right now, that is only thing I can try to make. First thing, being transparent, and second thing, trying to encourage them to participate every step, every stage, and every decision.
Yeah, that's very useful to very very insightful for us. What are some challenges or big hurdles that your company is actually currently occupied with?
Sorry.
Did
Can
you?
you repeat it?
Sure, no problem. What are some challenges or big hurdles that your company is currently occupied with?
Yeah, the time. We need more time.
I
Yeah,
think
the 24 hours for day it's not enough for us. Uh, okay. Yeah, we have a lot of challenges. One of them making happy to our users and bringing new features, bringing new integrations, and making this product to reach more people. And if we want to, I really thankful to lifetime deal community, but also we need to find a way create some monthly recurring revenue, because if we want to stay in the market so long, we should develop that. These are also, we need to keep developing our company culture. It's also an issue. Yeah, these are challenges, and one more technical challenges is we really depend on platforms. For example, we really want to bring to Pinterest integration,
yeah,
but
someone is asking about that.
yeah, they closed their program, and right now they are not giving anyone to approval, and it's so frustrating because our team are ready to bring that feature, but they don't allow to do that. This is the biggest challenge for technical issues. For example, you showed some integration on our roadmap, but we are not sure right now we can bring them or we can't, because we depend on the platforms, because we prefer to be official developer of all platforms, because we don't want to put our user in danger with unofficial ways. Yeah, that is the challenges we have faced.
We have a question here because we are on the topic, right? I was just wondering if you want to maybe answer this. If you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to answer about this as well.
Okay, I got the question. It's a really good question. Yeah, thank you for asking. Yeah, we need to look at, because it's a natural journey for a startup. You only get bigger with funds. Yeah, that's the. It's really hard to manage by yourself. I mean the maybe for a little while you can go with bootstrapping. We have 6 months runway right now, but we feel safe because our exist venture capitals, Tech One and Tarvan Ventures capitals, they are really interested to making following investments. That is why we don't afraid about our runway. And right now we have 6 months runway left. Yeah, let's say 5. It means 3 months later we will start to looking for second round funding. We are also planning that.
Sure. So, did launching a lifetime deal on Appsumo help you to grow Radar?
Sorry, can you? Okay.
Yeah. did launching a
Yeah,
lifetime deal
yeah,
on
yeah.
Appsumo help you to grow rather?
Exactly, exactly. I'm really, really grateful to Lifetime Deal community about this issue because before this, we didn't have any idea about Lifetime Deal and AppSumo thing, and you can imagine we have some concerns about that. But after launching that, especially in marketplace, we really meet power users. They are really giving exactly what we need with their feedbacks and with their suggestions, and we all of our team and we as also me really happy to meet this community. They are really strong, they are really clever, they are really ready to make some suggestions. And sometimes I'm making a joke, but this is a joke. Some lifetime deal people can get serious. I think we should pay you. You shouldn't pay you because your feedbacks are making us to rather more perfect. Yeah, but this is a joke. This
Yeah,
is a
but
joke.
this I really think that lifetime deal is a great idea, right? Because you can get a lot of power users as you mentioned, and in fact the whole thing about this lifetime deal community is that we are very demanding. Right, we are very demanding, and of course you have to manage the expectation on your end, but I think the community, because them being very demanding, right, actually gives you a lot of ideas. Of course you need to kind of know when it's a little bit overboard, right, and when it starts to get a little bit negative. But if you just look at the what they are telling you on the surface, that really gives you very good feedback on where
Yeah.
to improve, because these everyone in the lifetime deal community, we are operating a business here, and we know what we need, we know what we are lacking in when we try to make use of your tool, right? And so, and one more thing is that most people who buy the deals, only about 20% actually make use of them. I'm not sure if you get the same stats, and it's I would say that even though they don't make use of it, it's a silent way of supporting you, right? As when you get better, and that's when they want to jump in and help you and make use of your tool, right? They help you with monetarily to so that you can sustain a little bit longer, and at the same time they get to benefit from supporting you in the early stages. So rather seems to be attempting something very challenging, right, which is to combine multiple features related to social media marketing into one. And in the software or lifetime deal community, right, the perceptions the perceptions of startups that has many broad features are actually not well looked upon over here. And in fact, I'm sure you are getting some comments like that as well. So what would you say to people who tell you, Mustafa, you should focus, you should not do this, you should not have that task management? Why do you need that password management feature? Why do you need link shortening, or whichever feature that they're talking about, right? So what would you say to these people?
Okay, this is again a very cool question, very good question. We also discussed about this issue with my team always. Uh, yeah, maybe some people think about we choose the wrong way making this thing, but as I mentioned from our experience from working as a digital marketing, with simple features you need several tools. Yeah, for example, we have task manager in the radar, and at that time we were using the Trello, but not full features of Trello, just simple Kanban boards. That
Yeah.
is why we bring the task manager in the radar, because we wanted to solve our all basic needs inside one dashboard. Yeah, we choose the hard way. we choose the hard way. But in the end, if we can handle this, if we can maybe this will make us a little bit slow, but in the end, I think we choose the right way. Because right now I see a lot of competitors trying to bring more features like this. For example, I don't want to give a name, but the from LTD lifetime deal competitor, they start with just scheduler, and right now they are trying to bring social inbox.
Yeah.
And if you not plan before the beginning this technical infrastructure, it's more hard bringing new features later. That is why we bring the more features at the beginning. We focused on the whole infrastructure. We experienced that. Right now, bringing new features, major features, it's more easy for us.
All right. So I really think that you are it, at first when I saw your deal, right, I was also very surprised. I mean, there's social monitoring, there's so many things in there, and I was actually hesitant to try it. But once I tested it out, right, I love the fact that I could just operate everything in one, and it makes it very convenient for me, because I don't have to switch tools around, and it's also easier to just train a employee, right, in just a single tool. Right, it's so much easier just to teach someone to, hey, just make use of radar, right, rather than I got to use this shortener, I got to use this scheduler, and I just hopefully people who have a different opinion can start to see what radar is trying to achieve, because personally for me, I realized that I'm starting to move some of my businesses that I operate very actively over to radar, right, while I keep those that are a bit more mature. They need better features in terms of social media. I keep them with other tools that are a little bit more mature in those particular features itself. So just a couple more questions to go. Right, there was a recent controversy, right? I in the community, right? When you mentioned, I think maybe it's through an email conversation or something like that, that you're looking to exit in the next 4 years. And we understand that every startup founder would love to have a big exit, right? A glorious exit. It's like a badge of honor, right? But many of them actually have left the lifetime deal license owners stranded and abandoned. Such as the recent one would be like PieSync, Headline, I think Phone Wagon, or some of these deals that were done previously. Some of them are completely, they are being cut off. Some are left without any updates, right? So while some startups fail and are unable to keep up maintaining their service, right, those who succeed seems to abandon their early supporters as well. So that means those who fail, right, we can't blame them if they fail, but those who succeed just also seem to abandon the early supporters who funded them, their marketing, their development budget in the first place. So just want to find out from you, what is your perspective on this, and would you be putting any conditions down, if radar gets acquired, that lifetime license owners are somehow protected or somehow thanked for their contribution to your company itself? Yeah. If so, what would
Yeah.
it be? Yeah.
Yeah, about that discussion, I get a little bit sad, because I was thinking we were in a private conversation, and when I saw that, I shocked how this can happen. But there's no bad thing. I think I know you had. I mean, the lifetime deal committee had some bad experience with with some deals. But in my perspective, exiting to rather to big company, it's not a bad thing, because we will still operating under the name of the radar, and I will be there after that. If we exit, I can't go anywhere, because they will make an agreement with me, and I will be there for like minimum 2 years, say that. This is I think this is a natural journey of a startup, because if you want to be a big player, you should take these steps. You should take funds again, second and third turns, rounds, and then finally you should exit. But this is not a big thing. This is like a child growing, and you can say a child don't grow, because this is a dynamic of the everything, dynamic of the universe. You can say a tree don't grow. Yeah, I know there's some trees doesn't grow, but yeah, this is a natural journey. And when we exit, I will be really careful about these lifetime deal users, and I will be I don't see any problem over there, because it's like 500, 1000 users. It's not so big numbers. Yeah, for the beginning, it's really big numbers. But if we make the radar one of the big players, keeping these 1000 users will be easily possible. I don't see any problem over there, because as I said, you are our early birds, and you have special condition for us, because you make the radar take some actions and take some roads, and we must to keep your deals. This is a deal.
Yeah, because what, as you said, right, I definitely agree that Rada has to continue to grow, right? And all we ask, is just for us to grow with you. And all we ask is just that for us to grow with you. And because sometimes acquisition can be of different reasons. Sometimes it could be some companies do want to maintain and grow Rada. Some could be they just want certain infrastructures that you have, and that's why they want to acquire you. Some could be probably like conversion AI, who is out there actually acquiring competitors so that they keep the market share to themselves. So some of these, for example, what conversion AI is doing, acquiring competitors, and maybe some companies like HubSpot, which acquired the PySync for their the syncing, CRM syncing features. They actually integrate with their own tool, while for Headline it's being sort of pushed aside, right? So that's kind of something that we are worried about. um so if, let's say, you are being, if Rada is being acquired, how, for a different reason, let's say, if a company wants to grow Rada, that I'm sure we will be taken care of. But if it's being acquired for your infrastructure, or you're being acquired for your to absorb you into their market share, then how would then sort of we can be actually sort of protected here? Or would you not accept like acquisition deals like that?
Okay. Just make it crystal clear. If some company try to buy the radar, and they ask about lifetime deals, and they talk about to terminate lifetime deals, what will happen? You are asking about that.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's it's depend on my negotiation skills. And I can promise that I will fight for this. I will fight for these to keep LLT deals continue. But I can give 100 guarantee. But as a honest person, I can promise that I will fight for that. And I think it depends on the negotiation skills, because there will be some negotiations. They will want something, and we will want something, and one of them will be keeping the lifetime deals alive.
All right.
I can
All right.
I can promise that I will fight for that.
All right. So at least we feel a little bit more confident in Radar, right? For me, I don't really have much questions to ask. Do you have anything you want to share with our community? If not, maybe we could look at some questions that people are asking in the chat, and then maybe you can answer some of them before we end the live.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we are still happy being in the lifetime deal. We are taking a lot of suggestions, and we start to feel some time pressure on us. But I hope in the next days we will start to publish some updates which community ask. I hope. I believe in my development team, and in the beginning of August, we are planning to go to product hunts. And also, we don't have any experience about product hunts. We are right now we are searching how we can go. Maybe at that point we can ask the help from community. I can announce that from right now. Yeah, I hope we can continue to make to great things, taking to cool steps, and we can continue to make you happy, because we believe in being user centric. Because yeah, if we build a product, you will fall in love. The rest will come. The MRR will come. Publicity will come. We believe in so strong this. Sometimes we get some discussion with venture capital company, but I believe in from heart. That is why we mostly focused on building a product you will fall in love.
All right. That's great for saying all this, right? We have a power user, someone who has actually fallen in love with Radar right now, and he has a lot of questions, right? So and he has some suggestions. I'm not sure if you have a notepad with you. I could kind of share with you some suggestions that he has. The first one is how can we disable the onboarding tour? I think the onboarding tour kind of works based on whether you have a cookie in your browser.
Yeah.
So I think maybe he doesn't save cookies. So every time he logs in, it's getting annoying for him.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, I got the problem. I got the yeah. It's based on cookie, and when you close to your private window and
Yeah.
opening a new private. Okay, after this meeting, I will talk immediately with front end developers, and I hope Faruk and Çağatay, their name. I'm sending hi from there, and I will talk with them, and we can put its pre-references. I hope we can bring this sprint because right now we are running our existing sprint. I can hope we can bring this minor feature in this sprint. It means it can be update on Monday.
Right, awesome. Wow, that's very fast. We're talking about just over the weekend, right? What is the that bio link that when we open the
Okay.
link shortener,
Okay.
I think that's not a ready feature for us yet, right?
No, actually, it's ready feature you can use right now, but it's very primitive feature. We
I see.
want to make it more powerful. Right now, it's working like this. When you create a content, I mean the post in the scheduler, and if you put some links in the caption, rather make it automatically make it shortener, and rather redirected that link in bio link automatically the last one, and you can use like that. Think like this: you create a post, you schedule it for Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn, and you put a link. Just duplicate it separately for Instagram, remove the link and say it link in the bio. It will automatically work, and copy that link in bio URL and put it just one time in your Instagram profile. It will work like this. In the future you will able to choose which link will show up to that URL. It will be like an Instagram feed, and you will able to customize it.
Okay, that's very useful, right? Is it also possible to use a record for the link shortener instead of CNAME?
Yeah, sure. It's already you can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, but only thing DNS servers, some of them not quickly update. After creating your record, you should wait for 1 hour. 20 years ago, you should wait for days. Right now, you should wait for 1 hour.
Someone also asked the same question as well. Let me see what else we have. Can we add multiple custom domains along for the link shortener along with error
Yeah.
4 and root domain routing? Okay.
Uh, right now, it's no. There's no, because you ask about what is the big challenge. Because at the beginning we develop Radar in the core with the workspace logic. We thought that you will use separated workspace for each your brands. We built all of features based on this logic. But right now we ask a lot of questions about handling a lot of brands inside the one workspace. And also we are discussing a lot of about this, how we can solve this. It's a big challenge for us, biggest challenge for us right
Okay.
now.
Lou from the community here, right, has some very good suggestions here. Can we add chat module for better team collaboration? That means within the workspace itself, the team members can have a small little chat, right? And then
Yeah.
can we add notes to the modules? For folders and subfolders, so that we can
Yeah.
save snippets, text, or even URLs for later. Although a separate bookmarks module would also be great,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Then
These are really cool suggestions, and also we want to bring these features. Actually, we have a community discussion module, but just for scheduler. You can talk with your teammates from there, and also your
the command, right? I
yeah,
see this
yeah.
as well. So
But I can ask from the guy, can you go for our roadmap and put these suggestions over there, and let's see what community will react for them. I mean the void. If we get more void for them, we can put them for in front.
right. So I'm just sharing your roadmap URL in the chat.
Thank you.
Okay, so that they can add it in for you. Okay, so just a few more here, right? So this view or edit previously scheduled posts, even those not scheduled with Radar. Are you able to sync with other social media schedulers and
Mm.
actually pull the previous posts from Facebook or the social media itself, right? And then
Yeah.
add. I think
Uh,
this suggestion is something that I would really like to see, because it really helps me to streamline my own workflow, right? Which is to add email function, right? I map
uh,
SMTP to the inbox module to turn into a unified inbox, right? So it's reasonable
uh,
if one email inbox counts towards one social media slot.
Okay, the first question, seeing the previous data before the radar, using the radar, we got a lot of questions and about this issue, but it's a big deal for us because it means a lot of data, and managing the data is the biggest part of the problem. I'm not sure we can make it or we cannot. If we just focused on, let's say, Facebook, it can be really easy. We can just ask from Facebook and we can show you to immediately. But storing that data and multiply with, right now we have 3,000 users, and multiply with their data, it's a really huge data. Also, I should say that Facebook, especially Facebook, changing their regulations about to keeping the data. They don't want to us to keep data so long. They open some trailers about other companies. Forget about that. But Facebook doesn't want to make it two things: storing the data so long,
Yeah,
sharing that data with third-party tools,
yeah,
and making some dirty automations.
I see.
They
Yeah,
they Yeah. For last question, yeah, that is, we want to bring email integration like IMAP or POP3. But right now, we mostly focused on social media platforms because we are a social media management
yeah.
platform. But in the end, we will bring that also the WhatsApp. I mean, after that
Mm.
point, we will start to turn more like customer success management platform.
Yeah, well, that's great, right? I think so. He says individual permissions for social media channels. So I think that should be implemented. I mean, it's already in the roadmap as well. And then the last one, I think this is actually it's a strange request, but I kind of like the idea. It's to embed pages or iframes as modules within Radar itself. So we can embed an external calendar or document, or embed anything that we want.
Are you asking about the other tools, third-party tools, or our own documents like FIQ, knowledge base, something like?
No, like external the other tools that we can actually embed within
Ah.
Radar itself, right? So we have
It's
a
very interesting. It's
yes,
very interesting. But I should talk with our security guys, security advisor. It can be a little bit dangerous. But there was another suggestion: bookmark thing. Maybe we can bring something shortcuts. You can just pin your other softwares there, and you can easily skip. You can easily open them from inside the radar.
okay. So we just have another two more questions, and then I think we can wrap up, right? So the first one, this has something to do with your competitor, which is someone asked, how is Radar compared to Content Studio, right? How would you answer to that?
Content Studio.
Yeah, Content Studio.
Okay. Actually, every month we choose a competitor, and one of our guy from our team making a long review inside our whole team, presenting to whole team, and we discuss about what is the good and what is bad about them, and we take some notes from them, and one by one we will bring the good things from them to Radar. For example, we reviewed later. I think they didn't go for lifetime deal, but it's very popular. We saw a feature from them like hashtag manager, hashtag suggestion and making. Right now, for example, we are working on it. Yeah. For next month, I will talk with that guy, and for next month we can review the content studio. After that, I can tell more accurate thing, more exactly thing. Right now, I have not so experience with content studio, but I think you see the potential of Radar. We so far I believe, I hope we drive in the right way, and after this point, only thing we need time. Every day we will bring more cool, right features with the smooth experience to Radar, and we will not make it a rubbish software trying to do everything, but not in the end nothing do. Only thing we need Radar, because I feel more confident about Radar will be one of the big players because of your feedbacks. We got a lot of review on the Appsumo deal page, and after that point, I feel more confident about what we are doing, what should we doing, and about the future of Radar. Thanks to you. Thanks
Awesome,
to
right?
Lifetime Deal community.
Yeah, I think that some people are saying that you're not focused, but I think you're actually in the right way, because if let's take lifetime deal out of the focus, right? Because lifetime deal is a very powerful journey to go through for a startup, right? But actually most of your business is actually after lifetime deals, right? So I think that you need to also be focused on what is after lifetime deals, and I think that is what you are doing right now, which is having multiple features built in one. And if every single feature is developed to a certain point, it really helps with any social media marketing agencies, right, to want to make use of your tool, because it unifies everything for them, right? So for those who are actually saying that Rana it's not focused or anything like that, I hope that you all can see what Mustafa is actually trying to build when everything is actually put together. And just imagine yourself being able to operate everything within Radar itself. Okay. And last question, I really like this question. And I want to bring up these two questions here, right? So the first one is this, right? How did you come up with the name Radar, and what is the ultimate vision for Radar? Right. If you
Okay.
would like to answer these last two questions, and I think we can wrap up after this.
Okay. For the first question, actually, Radar, the software Radar, doing exactly same thing with military radars or civil radars. It sends some signals and receiving some signals from the social media platforms. That is why the name is Radar. If you are asking about the double A, it's because it's getting really hard to find the cool domain. That is why we put the second A. Yeah, we also made it in our previous company, and we experienced it's working, and we do it for radar also.
Yeah, that's a good idea, right? I think I think that's what you said, right? It's like a radar. You got signals coming in, and you're broadcasting stuff out. That's a very good explanation of what radar is. And also the last question here, right? What is the ultimate vision for radar? Do you want to answer?
Yeah, actually, we talk about this, but thank you for asking again. In the near future, we want to be Zapier of the social media. Like you make some incoming integration and you make some outgoing integration and you put some rules and you are trying to make some not dirty automations, cool automations. I'm not talking about making some automations to make spams because platform
Yeah.
doesn't allow them, but making some automations to make your workflow more easier, like integrating some RSS feeds and choosing some options and publishing the channels you wish. Yeah, we want to be Zapier of the social media or segment of the social media first. Then in the end, we want to be Salesforce of the digital marketing or HubSpot of the digital marketing. Yeah.
Yeah, very
The-
very good goal to want to achieve. In fact, right now I'm going some of you who are actually interested in radar right now, I've sent the link to the deal in the chat, so you guys can check out radar right now. Okay, so just give me a second here. Right, and you guys can check out the link to get the radar. And lastly, Mustafa, you have some gifts for our users, right? I mean, some our attendees here. We've got like about 18 people who stayed on, right? Could y'all do me a favor, right? Because I don't know who is actually watching this right now. So uh, can y'all just type in use your LTDs, right? Type into the chat right now. Use your LTDs, and then what I'll do is I'll grab all your names, okay, and then I'll put it into a like a wheel of and then we'll pick someone. We'll have the Mustafa. We are giving out 2 licenses. We are giving out 2 codes to our attendees.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
all right, great. So I'll just grab your names, I'll put it in, and then we'll announce the winners just in a moment, as in after we end the live stream, right? So Mustafa, it's been great to have you here. Right, I think it's very insightful, and everyone has been very excited. You can see the comments just running so quickly right now, and your vision and of what you want to create with Radar is very different than all the other social media tools out there. And I wish you all the best, and hope you continue to use our feedback to grow
Yeah.
Radar. Right. Thank you so much for being here, and for everyone who's here as well. Thanks everyone for being here, and we'll do more of these live interview sessions. So hope you guys can continue to join us in our sessions like this. Okay. Thank you so much, Mustafa, and everyone here. Bye bye.